in build support for the Better Bag ban in Oregon. Over December, our Environment Oregon Director Celeste met with Representative Ragala, our new state representative for the University of Oregon, and she signed on as a sponsor of the Better Bag ban because of her meeting with Osprey students. That's really exciting.
And then on January 1st, 4 major new laws went into effect in Oregon. Each of these laws was the culmination of efforts from OSPR and Environment Oregon, and then all of our allies as well. The first one is the Right to Repair Bill, which gives us the right to fix our own devices. And then secondly, we have a ban on polystyrene foam foodware and takeout containers, which some of you might remember from our successful Beyond the Plastics campaign from a couple of years ago. And then third of all, we have a ban on all food packaging containing PFAS and other forever chemicals. And then last but not least, we have a phase out of toxic fluorescent light bulbs. And that's not all. Later this year, the Recycling Modernization Act will go into effect, which will enable a far higher recycling rate in Oregon. And we're super excited for the 2025 session to start next week, and we'll start updates on how it's going soon. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Senator Ducharme.
Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Ducharme, Senate seat 22. I represent graduate students in the College of Arts and Sciences and the College of Design. Hello. Hello. Testing. Testing.
Just 20 seconds. Do we have anybody else? Do you have anybody else for announcements? No? Okay. Before we move into the public forum, I'm going to give a little context to today's meeting for the ASUO officers who might be here today and might not have the full scope of sort of where we are and for everybody else. Yeah, chart up here, and then I'm gonna read from the statement that if you could have this statement passed around that way, while we go. As ASUO continues the budget season, it's our priority to continue to work at the Spencer View Family Co-op Center and fund the institution to the best of our ability. As an organization, ASUO is committed to and responsible for providing the student body with equitable, impactful, and engaging opportunities to support the diversity, growth, and retention of our campus culture. This includes our graduate, non-traditional, international, and all students with children. After speaking to co-op faculty, hearing families' testimonies, and conducting our own research, it's apparent that there are no equivalent alternatives to the co-op and the resources, support, and learning opportunities it provides. No decision, official or otherwise, has been made in regard to the funding of the Co-op Family Center. The Legislative Finance Committee's chairs, Senate President, Director of Finance, and ASUO President are in unanimous agreement to the continued funding for the co-op. ASUO funds over 200 units, the majority of which have requested budget increases for the 26th fiscal year. With every financial decision, we must weigh the needs of our students and funded units. Please be aware that our budget process is ongoing. We actively seek students' opinions and are always available to meet or to listen to your concerns. ASUO recognizes that childcare is a basic need And we continue our commitment to equitable access to childcare services for all of our students. I'm not going to ask the Senate for consent to include this in the record and on the agenda. Is there any objection? So ordered, please include this in the agenda. Okay. And then I wanted to give, oh, could you just go to that slide that I have? There it is. I just wanted to give this context. The contracted services is what the co-op comes from in our budget. We have department-based programs, student organizations, and then the 3% for overhead. But this is I'm a visual learner, and so this is a nice way to sort of visualize the budget and sort of the finance committees and sort of what we have to take into consideration when making decisions. We'll now start the public comment. I'm going to ask senators to close laptops and let's pay attention to. Yeah, I think it's on. The mic? Okay. I'll invite Rachel up now.
Well, rock on, Co-op Family Center is showing up to represent tonight. This is amazing. I hope we're getting some good photos of all the kids that are even here right at that time. So that put a big smile on my face at the beginning of all this. I wasn't expecting that. So Talik has my visuals and things like that as I start to talk. But my name's Rachel Jefferson. I'm the executive director at the Co-op Family Center. I have worked there for over 23 years. I was 17 of them as a teacher, and then I moved into admin. So obviously a place that's very special and dear to my heart. Both my kids, including this one, grew up there. He now works there. So a lot of it comes back full circle. It's really a school family. And so we've gathered obviously a lot of our community members here tonight to represent us. And so thank you again, everyone. That's really important that you're here. And thank you to you, senators, as well, for giving us this opportunity to tell you a little bit more about ourselves and a better understanding of the services that we provide. That's actually, could you put up the one that is the PowerPoint presentation? That'll be kind of the end of the. I'm going to confuse them a little bit because there's like 3 different attachments. So we have some different presenters. So it's like the Canva looking green.
Does it have the updated file name?
Whatever you call
It
it.
would be the co-op Family Center ASUO budget.
I think it might be the only PowerPoint. No, it's not. It's the second. While they're figuring that out, I'll go ahead and keep talking. So the co-op is a nonprofit, and so we are an early learning center. We serve children as early as 8 weeks old, all the way up through 5th grade students for after school care and all day care during the summertime and school days out. We take inspiration from the Reggio Emilia approach to education, which means we are very child-centered and we do project-based work with the children through their interests and curiosities. We learn how to research, we learn how to communicate, collaborate, and it's a very co-negotiated for kids. It also means that we find meaningful pathways to their learning. Go to the next slide there. So here's our mission statement, and you can read it up there. But I just want to point out that for 45 years, the Co-op Family Center has partnered with the ASUO to create this powerful legacy that upholds our mission. It supports the U of O students and their families. It fosters equity, enriches the entire university community. So this legacy is something that we should all be very proud of, y'all. I really want to recognize that. It's built on shared values, on the values of inclusion and education, and for service to others. And so we all want to do what's best for the U of O students, and their families. And that's where our mutual goal is. So that's our common ground here. If you go to the next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the impact on U of O students, because I know that's what you all are really wanting to know about. And so let's start there with student parents, just to give you a little bit of some of our numbers. Out of our 70 families, 52 of our current families are student families. And then we also have, 9 U of O faculty staff families, 3 co-op staff families, and 6 community member families. And when you all came on a tour, if you came by, we're wondering how many of our families are living there in those apartments that are surrounding our school. And that would be just about half of those student families, so 24 out of 52. When it comes to the UO students, as far as people that we employ there as our student staff, they are there they make up our teaching and our kitchen support staff. So besides their hands-on experience with us, they also take part in monthly meetings, term discussions with our pedagogy coordinator, reflective evaluations with their lead teachers. It opens up a lot of discussion about best teaching practices, how we can support all approaches to learning, and ideas about how we offer an inclusive community, which, as you can see, we are a very diverse and inclusive community. We also have other U of O connections. So that's that third one there, is that we've enjoyed networking with other U of O departments. So we present every year at the SPED Master Class, for example. We are also a resource for project work, research studies, internships from students that are in so many different departments, such as family human services, special ed, neuroscience, psychology, architecture, environmental leadership, and the list goes on. So now I want to give you a chance to hear directly from the U of O students. I'll just give you a little rundown of how it's going to go. So first we're going to hear from the student parents that wanted to speak tonight, because some of them have children. We don't want to keep them here any longer than they have to be. Unless they want to stay and listen, that's fine too. After that, we're going to have a chance to hear from Gonzalo, and he is representing the Graduate Student Union, so the GTFF. And just so you know, like the majority of our student parent population is from their graduate study program. So that's an important voice for us. And then finally, we'll hear from some student staff from the co-op that have opted to come up and speak with us tonight too. So I'm going to stop there, and we have a little list of presenters in a certain order that Data has in her hand. If you would switch it over to the visual that is like a slideshow of, you just call it like a slideshow of photos or something, or images. All right, have Amber come up first. It's just the other power.
Yeah, I just got these like right before the meeting, so bear with me, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Nyembwake Amanda, and I'm in the graduate program in the College of Education, majoring in education policy and leadership. I want to say that I'm an international student, and one of the reasons that influenced like my decision to come to the U was like the childcare and like the family center, just maybe because of the hours. They open at 7:30 a.m. and they close at 5:30 p.m. I don't know how I would have done it otherwise, honestly. Like most of the centers they open at 8:30 and they close at 4 p.m. So for me, like 5:30 was like a very big thing for me. So that's one of the most important reasons why I chose the center. They have like amazing staff. My children love it. I have like 99% of my family back home in Malawi. And this is like the second family for me, and my husband also is a student. So really like it has really been beneficial for our family, and really stress out like helping them, supporting them. It's not just going to be on financial things, but also going to help even other students and traditional students, both from here and even from international students as well. So thank you so much for all that you do, and really you're doing a wonderful thing, supporting the center. I'm urging you to go and support. Thank you so much.
So my name is Yinan Guo. I'm a student at the business school. My two kids, 5-year-old Leah and 3-year-old Aaron, have spent the past 3 years at the Co-op Family Center. And they enjoyed their time there. The center has the most amazing teachers and staff who have built a safe and supportive environment. I especially love how they treat and care for my kids. They are allowed to play, get dirty, create, experiment, and problem solve. They are encouraged to explore the right and wrong ways of doing things on their own. It's wonderful to see my kids growing up in this environment, happy, healthy, and immersed in childhood joys. I want to express my appreciation for the Co-op Family Center academic work, caring for my children. And as a student at the URO, I truly cannot imagine managing my studies and family life without the support of the family center. So thank you for everything you do.
I am Keandre McAllister, graduate employee here at UO. I have two children. One is a school-age child and one is an infant. And I had an entire speech, but I appreciate that at the beginning of our board meeting that to secure the funding and hit the target that we intended. And I just want to say that I appreciate you all continuing the funding of our young leaders up to fall, that we can continue to just invest in the children, and because that's what's gonna come after us. And I appreciate what Co-op Family Center does, offering a multicultural environment to be able to learn about other ethnicities and to gain more perspectives and learn how to be around people who don't look like us and come from different backgrounds. So I appreciate you all continuing the funding and allowing us to continue to invest in these young children. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Lee, like the case, and this is my partner Dan and my son Ulysses. We are very happy members of the co-op as well. I also have this speech prepared, and I feel like it's not necessary because also like hearing from you all that you would like to continue to fund the co-op just really warms my heart, makes me want to fight. So it's like hard to stand here, honestly, and continue to speak. Sorry, yeah, it's just been, it's an amazing community. I don't even live at Spencer View housing, but even living off campus and out of the co-op area, I feel so much like family when I come to the co-op. And when I first had my son, there weren't daycares available, and even working with sitters, they would constantly not show up. And so it was just so clear that finishing my master's degree was not going to be possible. And then getting into the co-op was just such a blessing. And it's just the most amazing place, as you can see, like everybody's standing here. And it is just so diverse. And even in the Master's of Architecture department, there are 5 graduate students and a PhD student just in the last 2 years who have been at the co-op. So it's so amazing to be able to go to a place where your kids are loved and well taken care of, and then also that every other parent there, like immediately has a connection with you and can empathize around the unique struggles that you have as a student parent. So, thank you all.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jules. I'm originally from the Netherlands and I'm a PhD student here. And thank you all for giving us the possibility to share our testimonies. And I would also like to share testimony of my family and I. So our son Mickey, he was born prematurely. He was born at 34 weeks. And for those of you who don't know, a normal pregnancy lasts for around 40 weeks. And often babies that are born premature, they have a lot of, let's say, complications, you know, because they have to catch up with other kids. They have a lot of difficulties reaching milestones and all that kind of stuff. So as parents, we were very anxious about sending him to daycare. Also, he was. So we were really anxious, and we at a certain moment started looking for daycares here in Eugene. And I can assure you that some were really terrible. So yeah, we were still very anxious, and thank God we got a call from co-op one day that they had the spot for our son. And he it's just amazing to see that they created such a safe haven for our son to grow. And put myself not to cry. And it's just amazing to see that he is not just doing well, he is thriving. And he's one of the happiest kids I've ever seen. And it's just amazing that for example, when I bring him there every morning, he he forgets that I'm there. So that's really funny to see. He's just so happy to go there, and he's just one of the happiest kids in his class, and he's doing so well. And I don't know if that would have been possible without co-op. So I want to thank co-op and Rachel for all the staff for creating such an amazing environment. And I'm going to start.
And I am, my husband is a student here at the U of O. He is at home with our children. I was a student at the U of O 17 years ago. I was a young single mother, and I was very young. I was a single mom. I lived in Spencer housing, and I found a co-op. And my son started going, and many of the teachers in this room right now were his teachers. And after I created my own community, I was from California. I created my own community through the co-op. They just nurtured community so much. I found other young students, single mothers, and we formed our little tribe of single moms, and we helped each other, and we would take our kids to the co-op, take turns picking them up. And it was such a great community. One of those kids that I helped grow up is currently a freshman here in the dorms, studying her little brain off and she wants pre-law, and she immediately was like, hey, Amber, I got accepted to U of O. I really want to work at the co-op for my work study. Do you think they'll hire me? And I was like, yes, of course, they will hire you. Your infant teacher is now the ED. She was infant teacher. So even though Junie couldn't be here today to speak, I'm speaking for her, and how the co-op holds such a generational impact on her and all the students and all of the previous children that grow up there. They think about the co-op. There's actually 2 other kids in here, in this room, that grew up there, that are standing in this room. One, I worked at the co-op for a bit. I was a teacher for, and another I didn't get the privilege to be a teacher, but she's behind me. And she's right here. And they work at the co-op.
Like when these kids grow up here, it's not a regular daycare. Kids, I went to a daycare, I don't think about that place, those people are going to work there. And even though these students are seeking a different degree that has nothing to do with education, they want to do their work study. Safe place. It's a place that creates community when they don't have a community. And if I could speak now, my husband is from Bengal, India, and we have two children, new children. That sounds the profit goes here. But now we have two children, and they are half Bengali and half, American. Anyways, it's very hard to find other Bengali citizens in Eugene. Bengal, India is very specific part of India. Most of the food Indian food you see here is Southern Indian, no Northern Indian food. And when my child started to go to the co-op, there was another half Bengali child there. How wonderful that is, that all these teachers, when they hear my sweet children calling out for their baba, they automatically know that it's a baba, even though it's not the word father or papa or any sort of American words. The teachers all know, the students all know, oh, baba, oh, you like baba. They know who that is, and they can talk to my children about that. And also, I have another child who's 2, who's neurodivergent, and just the staff going through this journey with my 2-year-old neurodivergence, how wonderful they are. He's pre-verbal and how supportive they are, and how as soon as I'm like, hey, these are his goals, this is his IFSP, they are on it, they study it, they go over it, and they tell me, hey, he said this today, he did this today, he's meeting his goals, he did this goal, and that's great for me to know, because we're all the team together. And thank you very much.
Changed my other glasses because I'm not old and I need 2 different glasses. I'm Abby, Nico, and Shane, and we're here to request that the co-op family center be funded as fully as possible for the upcoming financial cycle. I'm also going to truncate my speech because I think that I'm preaching to the choir in some ways here. But of all the students who have difficulties, non-traditional students, those from under-resourced backgrounds, people who have barriers to education, I think that, so my speech is basically about how you can't go to school with the distraction of children. So case in point. But for students who have young children, the most immediate barrier to being able to attend and participate in their own education is often access to quality childcare. Without appropriate childcare, students with young children cannot come to class, let alone find time to study, research, write papers, participate in life at the university. Have you had this experience? Did your parents? While this is in many ways a systemic issue, it is luckily one that we have to do something about here on a local level. What would resolve this access barrier, and what does high quality childcare look like, you ask? The Co-op Family Center. If you haven't visited for yourself, I can assure you that it is a parent's dream come true. Children, I believe, feel that way as well. It's a warm, comfortable, safe, inclusive environment where children want to go to school. They don't want to say goodbye to you because they're already paying attention to what's happening at school. The parents feel comfortable leaving their children. The co-op has an intentional, pedagogically driven philosophy, reverence for children's inherent intelligence and worthiness, daily outdoor time, art offerings, an on-site chef, natural lighting, high ceilings, plants, staff members devoted to their work. Basically, if you were to design a place for kids to be able to go to preschool and develop into who they're meant to be, this is it. I was going to be a stay-at-home mom until we got into the co-op, and I changed my mind. So now I feel like I'm so the co-op also provides, as you know, high-quality paid work experiences for a number of UO students who are studying early childhood education, psychology, all the things that Rachel mentioned. It's important on many levels, and it truly is a gem, and it truly is a community. And I urge you to find as much funding as possible to support them for the coming year. The positive impact will be enormous. And truly, many motivated, capable student parents will have access to pursuing their education because of this support. Thank you.
Oh, just public speaking.
I came late and I'm very happy for two reasons. Because you have a wonderful. And the second reason is I will not be the first to cry. I also prepare a long speech, but I think this might not be relevant right now. Ethan, my son. I'm also one of a very few single parents here. And without co-op, I don't think I will be able to do it all. And so that's also part of the reason why we came late. I had to rush home and I studied until 5. Came home to pick him at 5:30. Cooked for him and took a shower and things like that. And then I also had to explain for him why we had to hurry up to come here. And I think it might be more valuable for you to actually hear from his perspective in case you want to cut the funding. He does have a whole plan of how to protect it. And I propose to come up with an army of cats. When I explained to him what was going on and why we had to come here to share our experience, he said, do they know that we love co-op? Do they think that we don't want to go to co-op? And he started to question his friend's motivation. Like, well, for example, she also complained about not wanting to go to co-op, and so we had a little chat about it. So Ethan, do you want to talk about the AMCAP? You need to do it because they close call. You want it? Yeah, say something.
Yeah.
Other time that sometimes make that very special.
Thank you for that note that you sent around at the beginning. It's so great. I'm Chris Doe. I'm a faculty member in neuroscience, and I've been here for 30 years. And back at the beginning of that 30 years, I had 2 kids that went into the wobbler toddler sequence at the co-op. I just want to make 2 main points. One is the curriculum is unique among all the existing co-ops, that are existing daycares that are in Eugene. Child-driven, exciting, don't worry about making a mess, just do experiments. And that's why I'm an experimentalist. And going into the co-op and watching our kids just go wild in there with their creativity, whether it's painting or making a robot. And so I also want to say I'm 30 years here at UO, and this program has been with me every year since then. It's got a long track record that's really amazing, and the thought of sort of cutting it off just killed me, literally. It just felt horrible. And so I'm really glad we're on this track now. And one last little note, which is it's good for recruitment. As a faculty member, I'm always bringing new candidates for jobs, postdoctoral fellows, graduate students, faculty. And my colleague Chris Neal, when he was interviewing here, I took him to the co-op and he saw this room full of hearts strewn all over the place. And if it was, and he also went, and I went to other co-ops, other daycares with him, where everything was tidy, the shoes were lined up and everything was tidy. And he looked at the mess that was being made and was like, this is the place for me. This is taking me to a place where they're building a robot. That's for me. And it just made it, and he took the job offer, and many others that I've taken to the co-op and taken our job offers as well was documented. So I think it's long lasting, it's brilliant, unique curriculum, and it's useful to many people who are trying to build the intellectual capacity of UO. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. I am Gonzalo. I am the Vice President of Political Education at the GTFF. I first want to thank all of you for your unpaid labor that you do in favor of students. I especially want to thank Andrew Ducharme for being a voice of graduate students and Emily as well here in the Senate. And I want to say that I am not a parent nor a caregiver. But precisely that is what matters to me, because you don't need to be one to care. For one simple reason, every single being, even non-human one, is here because it's been cared for. Only a being, especially a human being who is cared for, can live and exist. So all of us here are the result of care. Some of it is unwaged, usually what our parents or loved ones do, and some of it is waged, very low, but waged nonetheless. All of it is indispensable to us. All of it is indispensable. And especially as a representative of the GTFF, our graduate student parents, as you've heard already, find the co-op to be indispensable. And in that sense, it is especially, as you've also heard, particularly important for our international parents. Not only because sometimes it's the first community they have as an international student here, but because the co-op is actually decades-long experience in sustaining and loving international parents and international students. I would just say 5 specific reasons that make the co-op special, although you've heard more. Of course, one of it is its location. Most of our grad students live in Spencersville. Of course, it's excellence. You've heard it in many ways, but it's also won the 2024 award for Best Childcare in Eugene. As you have also been able to hear, it is a tradition of more than 40 years old. And in that sense, it is also a site of experience that is deep, that is long lasting. And most importantly, probably the word that you have heard the most today is community. A community not only of students, of parents, but of caretakers. And that I want to emphasize for another reason. We began this meeting with a land acknowledgement. We have learned from the Kalapuya people and the indigenous people of the world that land is not a thing, and therefore land is not exchangeable. People who are indigenous to the land don't see the land as a thing. So if you give them another land, that is not an exchange they will accept. And although that is a very different case, it is analogous to the case we are in front here. Because the community that has been built in the co-op is also not replaceable for any other in Eugene nor anywhere else. It's not only non-exchangeable, it's also irreplaceable. The same way that we have learned from indigenous people that community and land are not property and are not objects to be exchanged, but living communities of life that deserve to be preserved. In that sense, I also want to really quickly reframe the very wonderful note that we saw. Because it's not only that the childcare is a need, it is a good. It is a good, a public good, because it sustains all our life. We are about to begin a very difficult time in this country and in the world with a new administration that is adamant in destruction. They want to destroy institutions. They want to destroy immigrant, queer, trans communities. So it is in our very small part, our responsibility not only to resist their destruction, but to build more. In face of their dismantling, we construct. We protect what we have and we strengthen the histories and the communities that sustain us. And so I want to thank the Senate for their rightful decision to decide that this community is not only worth funding, but worth preserving and worth growing because it is not exchangeable, because it is a living community. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Taylor Mattingly. I'm in my last year of my undergrad program in the Education Foundations program, and I've had the pleasure of working at the co-op for over 3 years now. I wrote something, but I feel like with the spirit of everything, I do want to start by saying thank you on behalf of me and I believe all my other student staff. We are so appreciative of the opportunity to continue to work here and learn at the co-op. A few things, I'm just going to read it off of here. I want to say that this has been, my career here at the co-op has been an essential part of making me the teacher that I am today. I've wanted to be a teacher since I was in 3rd grade, and I would absolutely not be where I want to be and where I am today without the experience that I've had here. I've had some amazing mentors, a lot of them are here, and I will take everything that they've taught me and bring it into my future classroom. And of course, you've seen a lot of the beautiful children here. I have learned so much from them as well, and I've been able to learn from them because of the co-op and because of who we are and our philosophy and how we view a child. It is something that I don't believe I will or could learn from any other program. And so I just want to say thank you, and please, we deserve all the funding that we can possibly get. We need it. The kids deserve it more than anyone else here. And so thank you.
Hi, I'm Ruby, and I'm a current senior here at ASUO, so that's exciting. I work at the co-op. I've worked there for over 2 years now as both a kitchen aide and a classroom aide. So when I'm in the kitchen, I wash dishes, prep food, get hang out with the awesome chef. And then when I'm in the classroom, I love getting to bond with the kids. And I honestly feel like I learn a lot every day that I'm there. I also wanted to say that I'm so grateful to work at the co-op because it allows me to be a full-time student and be able to pay my rent. And I know other students, staff workers feel the same way, including my younger sister, who's also a full-time student and works in the kitchen as well. My brother, who's also a student, also worked at the co-op for a time. So it's been really important to my family because having 3 kids in college is really expensive. So I just wanted to say that I'm really grateful for the funding and hopefully more funding and for working here at the co-op. So thank you.
My name is Alyssa Hartzheim, and I'm a junior at the University of Oregon and a teacher's assistant at the Co-op Family Center. A year ago, I was lucky enough to begin working at such an amazing place. I can proudly say that my work at the co-op has made me a tremendously better student. I'm a double major in education and psychology, and I can't imagine what it would be like to go step foot into a classroom without having to work there first. I feel so prepared to be a teacher and to have my own classroom, and it's all thanks to the amazing teachers you see around here. I've learned so much from my leads, and it's truthfully just such an amazing experience. And I've also learned so much from these students. I have gained so much information about culture and what makes a student
them and unique through how they speak and how they act. I'm just so grateful for the experiences, and I'm so grateful that you all see how amazing it is. And I'm so thankful that I can enrich my own education, but also support the amazing families behind us in getting their education, because it really is just so important. So thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Sydney Woods and I'm a student here at the U of O. I just want to start off by saying that I'm not a caregiver, but if I was, I would 100% send my child to the co-op. I have learned so much as a person, and I've learned so much about the children. And I never anticipated to learn what I had. And as a full-time student, the co-op has been flexible and adaptable with my schedule, ensuring that my education is prioritized. The center's also empowered me to become a leader and a role model for the children within our community. What I appreciate most about working at the co-op is the collaborative environment where everyone genuinely cares about the well-being and growth of the children and their families. The center's diversity, both in children we serve and the staff that I work with, has been incredibly insightful. I've had the chance to work with children from various cultural backgrounds, and this has expanded my perspective and my teaching methods. And I think what's most important to me is finding a place of belonging. And as someone who is biracial and has not always felt a place where I can fit in, the co-op has really provided me a space where I can see children that look like me. It makes me feel good. And I know that it makes them feel good as well. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Senate. My name is Dre Charles. I'm the Executive Director of Eugene Springfield NAACP. I also have 3 children that go to the co-op. So naturally, when this case came across my desk, I was highly concerned. For many of the reasons you've been listening to since we started this. The co-op is an amazing community. It serves some of the most diverse populations in Eugene. And so hearing that this center may close due to lack of funding was highly alarming to the branch, and we wanted to get ahead of that as soon as we could. I do want to say thank you, and I'm appreciative of the fact that hearing this, that the funding is coming forward. And I'll be a little bit more excited if I see that in writing. I want to see that on paper. I want wet signatures. Because words are meaningful, action means more. So I'm looking forward to see that word come through in action. But I do want to kind of take a step back and discuss a challenge that I found both difficult and alarming throughout this process. This case came across my desk. One of the first things that I wanted to see was have a dialogue. I wanted the NAACP and the ASUO to have a conversation to see how we can mend this divide. After repeated attempts to have conversations and dialogue, I got nothing but radio silence. This is unacceptable. For this large of a decision to be made, impacting this many families, and not to be able to have a conversation is not a process that is acceptable in any way, shape, or form. And I really do hope that this Senate can consider changing its processes so that these large decisions don't come forward overnight in this kind of a process that impacts so many people. Like, these decisions should not ever be made in a vacuum. It should never be a surprise. You're impacting people's livelihoods. So you really need to take the gravity of that situation and lean into that. You should really hold dear to your hearts. That is so very important. One of my many hats that I wear, I'm also an elected official. So I've sat at tables such as these and had to make some of these decisions myself. And it's never a decision made lightly, nor is it made in a rush, right? You want to have these conversations, you want to have these dialogues, get this feedback, and learn why that you're receiving this resistance, and seeing what can be done to mend things, to bridge things, to find a resolution that serves both your needs and the community's needs. And throughout this process, I didn't feel that, and so I hope moving forward, we see some positive change. But in the interim, Eugene Springfield NAACP is here to support you all. If you need it, please feel free to reach out. We're happy to just have a conversation, move this thing forward in the right direction. And if things do go sideways again, please feel free to lean in. We're here for you. So thank you.
Yeah, well, I think that gave you a pretty good idea of where we were coming from. This was something that we were really worried about. We had never had a threat like this before in our 45-year history. And so we took it very seriously, as you can see. The rest of the presentation is not nearly as exciting, but if you wanted to pull back up the slides from before. Just go for it. Right there, all right. So I figure you probably want a little bit of an overview of the budget. We had sent in an original proposal after the contribution. We went through an RFP process last year, for those of you that maybe weren't quite sitting on the Senate yet. And we did that because we had gotten to a place in the co-op where we had caps on both of our main income sources. And we were drowning, like we couldn't make any more cuts. So we had to do, that's a dangerous choice. There were other centers that bid against us. You know, luckily we were selected. We were very grateful for the increase in contribution that we were given. That was a really big deal. It meant that we could actually staff our center so that our admin wasn't in classrooms every day, things like that. What we didn't know until November is that a big chunk of that money had come out of a surplus fund. So that's one of those things where Joy was talking about. That kind of communication needed to be during the process, not when we're coming up to the next process. And so we had submitted a budget according to the contract that we had from the RFP process that there is a cap on our ask that is 3%. So that's what we asked, was that 3% above the 900,000 has given this current year. And to be honest, our expenses had very much increased more than 3%. But we understand that not all the responsibilities on you all. You know, we get that. We all have pots of money that we're working with. We know you have constraints as well. And so, you know, it was a big realization for us this year that we have to seek out other avenues of funding as well. But we submitted a proposal at first for 927,000. That was the 3% above. And when we met with Jordan and Daniel, they told us that, you know, that wasn't going to be possible. After bringing the full ask to the Senate, that wasn't a possibility, and they had been denied because of our ask. And so we took a real serious look at our budget, and we did what we could to find places to cut the budget to the ceiling that we were being told about. And that is the totals and numbers that you see up there now. It luckily has made it so that we've secured a contract. It sounds like we're moving forward in a good way. But I do want to just recognize that those cuts that we made were not easy cuts. We're not asking for more than we need. We are a nonprofit. We are not here to gain personally. We are here to serve other people. And so we just wanted to point out that the cuts that we're making to make this happen is that we have to raise our tuition, another extra percentage for both students and non-students. That we have to lessen the amount of raise that we had proposed to give our staff. That we have to decrease our education budget that covers our required trainings every year. That we had to increase by $3,000 the fundraising that we have taken on ourselves as a responsibility for this year. So there was a lot of things put into that budget being what it is. And I just want to let you know that because there's not a lot of wiggle room. Once again, we don't have any more to cut. And I know it's a big ticket price. I know it feels large. And I know that when we had the RFP process last year, we're having a little sticker shock over that, I feel like. Because of the caps we had, we didn't incrementally get where we needed to get every year. We were falling behind and falling behind and falling behind until we had to be like, we're gonna have to close if we don't do something. And so that big ask that we did in the RFP process was because we were being encouraged to ask for what we need. And so that's what we did. And now we're backtracking a little bit from that. We're now going back from what we actually need. But We want to partner with you all. We want to make this work. So we are going to be looking for those other avenues of funding. We're already very much in process of that. And we're hoping that you can help us do the same. If you have other places where you know there are pots of money that we can tap into, that's great. If you're like, oh, I've heard about this grant, anything like that is really helpful. There's a whole world out there that we haven't explored very much yet in the world of bigger donors and corporate partnerships, things like that. It's not something the co-op has ever had to learn how to do. I mean, I'm a teacher. I came from the classroom. I'm very much in a learning phase of my life, being in this world. And so I have a lot of optimism for what can come, but I really, really appreciate this decision because we needed time to catch up. We had fallen behind not on our own accord, and we just really appreciate that has been recognized tonight. So that gives you a little overview on the budget. There is a budget hearing this next Thursday. So if and I believe it's open to everyone, we're doing it on Zoom. So anyone that wants more details around what we did there, please come. Same with all you all as well, if anybody wants to attend. But man, I'm going to skip over most of this because you all have already made that choice. The one other person that we had brought in tonight, because we had heard that there was a potential other alternative being explored to give direct subsidies to student families to go find childcare elsewhere. And just for the sake of future and for the knowledge of this whole Senate to understand where we're at in Lane County with the childcare crisis, we have brought in the childcare strategist for Lane County from Upward Eugene, Holly Marconte up here. And she'll probably share her question. Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Thank you. Well, thank you for having us here tonight and for that. I just really want to commend you all for the decisions that you've made to preserve childcare in our community. So as Rachel said, I'm the childcare sector strategist. I'm housed at the Eugene Area Chamber of Commerce. My whole job is dedicated to preserving and growing childcare slots in our communities, both as an economic development strategy, acknowledging that childcare is essentially the work that makes all other work possible. As you heard from these amazing parents, that attending work, finding a job, going to school is impossible if you don't have reliable, safe, accessible, affordable childcare. So I just want to commend you all for doing the homework that you've done and for coming to what sounds like a really informed, data-driven decision. So I had a bunch of notes. I'm going to throw those out the window. But if you can go to the next slide, I just, as Rachel said, for future context, wanted to give you some information as you're thinking through even budget numbers and kind of what this looks like in future years. You've probably heard that Lane County is a childcare desert. Has anyone heard that term before, childcare desert? Okay, so what that means is that in our community, we have one childcare slot for every 4 children. So childcare desert is defined as having one childcare slot for every 3 children. So we actually are significantly into being a childcare desert, particularly for infants and toddlers. We know that to move out of childcare desert status across Lane County, we need to add about 1,500 new childcare slots. So not only do we need to add those 1,500, we have to hold on to what we have, especially the high quality, incredible childcare that we have at places like the co-op. We also have to make sure that we have the facility space, that we have the workforce to support those 1,500 slots, and that they're affordable and accessible. So there's a lot that goes into an issue like childcare. It's just a complex challenge for our community that sort of sits right alongside housing when we think about community challenges. Childcare is expensive. About the average cost of childcare for a toddler in sort of a mid-sized center is about $18,000 annually. So it's more than the cost of tuition at the U of O for in-state students. And then we know that programs are struggling to meet the needs of children and families, cultural, linguistic, behavioral, developmentally across the board in the community.
So from my perspective and where I sit, we often think of, as I started the presentation with, childcare is an issue of economic development, and it's really a piece of, it's a public good, it's infrastructure like roads and electricity and all the things that make our community go. It's also an issue of equity, as you've heard, that impacts families based on their socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity, geography, ability. And so again, commend you all for preserving a really incredible program that means a lot to not just the families and the staff, but to the whole community. This is part of a fabric or an upholstery that we're really trying to keep as intact as we can. If we go to the next slide, we can kind of just breeze through. I think I've kind of said this, that for employers, we hear consistently at the chamber that local employers have challenges recruiting staff, retaining staff, having people be able to attend work and be productive while they're there, and without access to, again, safe, affordable, quality childcare. And we know that there are persistent challenges for the field itself related to wages and as Rachel alluded to, but I'm going to put a fine point on the rising cost of doing business. You think of what you all are spending at the grocery store. Now multiply that by feeding 40, 50, 100 children. Those costs are a lot. Utilities, rent, insurance alone, the liability insurance for a childcare center is astronomical and has probably tripled in the last while. So those costs really add up when we look at how we make sure that our child care centers in our community are healthy and viable and sustainable. There are additional slides that you all have for reference, but I'm not going to go into all of sort of the complexities of how we got here, why the crisis is what it is, and how it impacts on different levels. But again, want to commend you all for, again, work that you do and for making the decision to preserve children.
Good evening, Senate. My name is Mae Braceland. I'm neither a parent or a staffer at the Child Co-op, but tonight I would actually like to ask a question, if that should be allowed. So that statement read out at the beginning, is that like a finalized decision to renew the co-op's contract?
Okay, in the statement it said that, myself, the ASUO president, the chairs have decided that that's how we all feel about funding the co-op. The co-op contract has not been re-signed yet because the budget hearing is next Thursday, and ASUO does not officially pass its full budget until February 1st. So until those are signed, it's not official, I guess. But that is certainly the stance that I have, that the committee chairs have.
But the contract just hasn't been renewed.
That's correct. Yeah, we still have to hit those other parts of the timeline.
That's just an important clarification, but I wanted to make sure that the parents and family here were completely aware.
And the budget hearing is a public meeting, and our February 1st meeting is a public hearing, and I'm happy to share all the information with that with all of you.
Excellent. Thank you, Senate President.
Of course.
Well, don't even worry about the rest of the slides. I think we've covered pretty much everything we had hoped to say. I know you've been sitting here for a long time listening to us, a little past what we even thought we might do. But again, I just want to thank you. I want to say that all these things that I was going to be saying about what do you want your legacy to be, I really, this is your legacy. This is a big deal, y'all. This is not bus passes. This is children, and you're helping us to nurture and raise the next generation of possibly U of O students for that matter, but at least really, really good community citizens. So I think I can speak for this whole community that we are just very grateful that we went through this process with you. Looking forward to the budget hearing and signing those papers. But I want to make sure I get everyone home and fed and to bed and things like that. So we will call it good.
Anything else to come?
Can I speak one more?
Yes. Hey, founders, I'm introducing Becky, who is the director of Moss Street. Becky is the director of the Moss Street. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, Dustin, were you able to get that? That would be great. Yeah.
I'm director of the Moss Street Children's Center, which is another center on campus that serves student athletes as well. And I just wanted to take a moment and introduce, and because decisions aren't final, but to really emphasize that that you should be so incredibly proud of what you doing for childcare on campus as a student body. And what you're doing is carrying the burden alone. And I think that there's some need for you to look up instead of down in your strategies for solving this child care budget strategies that are hitting campus, because what we're doing as a community right now is we're saying, well, thank God you funded childcare yet again. But there are many resources nationally, statewide, and within our administration at the University of Oregon that should be also concerned and solving this problem. And so what I really encourage you to do is to use your voices with the administration at the University of Oregon, with the state legislature, with your representatives in all of your communities to say, the students have been holding this alone for too long. And that it's time for you to look up and say, you need to help us. This is not a problem. This is all for your tuition dollars year after year after year after year. And while I want to keep taking your money and having you, I don't want it to be the money that is supporting childcare. Is not sustainable. And so we need to start going after the federal funds that are available, and that takes the dedication of a strategic plan for childcare to campus. It can't be a one-off that happens every budget cycle where we're begging for you to fund us. This is a problem that's going to take big heads, high level, and a lot of pressure up, not down.
And we're obviously going to be there with you, to rally with you.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else for public forum? Ducharme?
Hello?
Oh, yes, go.
Oh, great. Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Ducharme. I'm a Senate seat 22. I represent graduate students in the College of Design and College of Arts and Sciences. I had a quick announcement about, is it also still not working?
No, it's working. It's just we can't really hear you. I think it's coming out of the computer. No, it's coming out of that, but there isn't any.
Hello? Test, test.
Oh, it's off. Talk
Test,
again?
test.
All right. Is that better? Yeah. Keep going.
Great. Okay. I'm Andrew. I represent graduate students in the College of Arts and Sciences and the College of Design. I just wanted to give an update about legislative days, which Osberg talked a little bit about earlier. This is a quick week-long session, 3-day session where our state legislature kind of gets pre-organized for the true legislative session in this year. GTFF and I, as well as some senators, went up to talk to our legislators about some important bills. One of them was Partners for Hunger Free Oregon are pushing a student basic needs package that would help cover wraparound services, affordable housing, textbook affordability, and I think that would be a really good place in addition to another one I'll talk about in a second about trying to find funding for childcare. Um, we were working on reauthorizing the Higher Education Coordinating Committee's childcare grant. So they previously had one that is running out of funding that only undergraduate students can apply for childcare. So we're trying to make sure that that is both reauthorized for undergrad students and expanding it to graduate students. And then finally, we were working on the Foundation Sunshine Act, which is a bill to look at university foundations like the University of Oregon Foundation and make them open to public records requests. So the university foundations that we know and love, they're nonprofits. They're legally distinct from the university, but they exist to support the university, a public institution. So in a lot of states, these are open public records requests. We're able to understand their investments. We're able to see if there's any financial malfeasance. And so there's this bill that I had a pretty large part in drafting that we were able to get about a dozen co-sponsors on that would bring Oregon in line with a couple dozen other states and making them public records requestable. That is my update. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else for public forum? Okay, great. We will move on to financial business. Surplus, actually, I'll give you the financial status update and then we'll move into our account. Financial status update, surplus is at $923,792 and allocated reserves still touched at $35,994. Okay, great. At this time, I'm going to invite David and Chloe. Yeah, it's going to be I'm gonna say if you want to just, yeah.
Might be easier.
Yeah.
Hello all, good to see you again, good to be here. And thank you for the time you're giving us here today. So I'm happy to report that I'm very pleased with the progress the elections board has been making so far. We've been firing on all cylinders and we've been making really good progress. I appreciate the support. But I will say there has really been one thing that hasn't gone as well as I hoped. And that's been our recruiting efforts to get more candidates on the ballot. And I will say that I'm mostly to blame for this. While I and the commissioners that I hire have collectively a great many skills, recruiting is unfortunately not one of them. So this cycle, I've been trying to find someone to help the elections board in this very endeavor. I interviewed 4 candidates, and I would like to mention something that I gave in their interview invitation. I said, quote, "We've made it to this stage because I believe you're qualified to be a commissioner. The purpose of this interview is specifically to gauge the best person to increase candidates on the ballot. How will you increase engagement with the student body? Raise awareness on the purpose of the president/senators. Empower potential candidates who run in an election. Answering these questions will be the core of this interview." Out of the 4 candidates, one shone above the rest. And that's why I would like to appoint Chloe Webster as the 4th and final commissioner to the elections board. That's for 2 main reasons. The first one is obviously her past experiences. Who better to explain the purpose of the president and senator than someone who's held both positions? Who better to advocate for student engagement in student government than someone who's been already doing that for the past 2 years? Who better to empower candidates to run and also give them the tools to succeed than someone who's done so twice successfully? And the second reason is her passion. Chloe is aspiring to have a career in education, specifically youth leadership development. She's actually currently working on a thesis on the very subject. And to me, when you look at the big picture of getting and recruiting candidates on the ballot, the whole purpose is to develop leadership in the student body. And that's why I know that Chloe will do a phenomenal job in this role, because that's where her heart is, inspiring future leaders. And now I'll give Chloe time to introduce herself.
Hi, thank you for that introduction. I'm Chloe, I use she, her pronouns. It's weird being back in this room. On this side of the table, but I just want to say, I am here because I want to help make the elections process easier for students and more well-known. I, when going into my interview, prepared for those questions that you just said, and I went in with this mindset of, okay, how can we let the student body know that there are elections happening, and B, they can run in them and hold these positions. And in order to do this, I would love to lead different workshops and sessions for the whole student body to attend, see if running is something for them, get to know what ASUO is, learn what a campaign is. When I ran as a senator, when I ran as president, but especially as a senator, the only reason I really knew what a campaign was and how to run was because I had someone who was already connected to ASUO telling me. And I think it would just be really nice for us to provide resources for all students to be able to know how to run, what that looked like, and make the elections just more accessible. And then also utilizing our shared collective resources to outreach to the students. Whether it's all of y'all's listservs that you're connected to all the majors, and just doing these workshops to increase as much knowing about the election. I mean, I feel like every election process we go through, we hope that we're gonna hit a certain number with how many people are voting, and every year we're like, it could be higher. So I'm hoping for this year we can make it the highest, and it's been a while. So that's why I'm here, but please ask any questions. It's so good to see everyone. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chloe. I will now open it up to questions from others. Connor?
Hi, thank you for being here. I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail, maybe about how you plan to advertise the workshops. It sounds like such a great idea, but I feel like maybe sometimes the problem is that like students don't know things are going on, or they don't understand what it is. Anyways. Yeah, so I think a lot of this would be done in partnership with ASUO exec communications team. And going through those mainstreams, like using the ASUO Instagram, but also as we know, like not just social media. I would love like to just even do tabling, just letting people know about the workshops, and then obviously like putting advertisements up in the EMU and throughout campus, and how ASUO typically advertises for any event, just following those streams and methods of advertising.
Ramirez Canetta.
Hello, thanks for being here. So I have two questions, and my first question will lead into the second question. So the first one is, are you involved in any other clubs, organizations on campus? I think when you're talking about recruiting, obviously, you being in different spaces allows for that connection to happen. And so I just kind of want to hear if you're involved anywhere else or any of that sort of thing. Yeah, so outside of I was super involved in ASUO for the past 3 years. And through that, met so many different people. I know people from all over different various parts of campus just from all of those interactions, especially being president last year. So I just was really able to make those connections. And now I feel like I have this bank of people that I know, but like I want to use that for good in some way. And then also I'm within the planning, public policy and management major, which is a super great major for getting the word out about elections and reaching out to people who are already super passionate about policy and change making, and spreading that. I'm also in the honors college, so utilizing those resources, and just generally like involved in various events on campus. And so literally like any person that I know, like I'm so happy to talk with them about ASUO. And so I already do that sometimes. Like I'll be at an event and someone will be like, okay, hey, like I know you're in ASUO, tell me about it. And so I would love to do that for a job too. And then my second question is, what do you do for self-care?
Ooh. Honestly, I run in the mornings when I can. And go to bed early if I really need to, and read.
I am.
I have a question. Why, you explained why elections board, but with everything that sort of, with your past experience in ASUO, why did you decide to return?
Yeah, so I honestly needed a break for a while. I went abroad, and then last term, I was like, I need to just distance myself. I didn't really want to know too much of what all was going on because I needed that time and space. But I was actually in my English class last term, and I was talking to these two freshmen, and they were asking me about like what student government was, and I was just telling them about ASUO and how they could get involved, and telling them about, there's this elections process, and you could do this, but if you don't think you want to run for the election, there's also an exec, and you could apply for these positions. And I was like, wait, I would love to do this just because I have this knowledge and experience. I wonder if there's a way that I could do that. And I was looking on Handshake one day, and this popped up, and I was like, huh, and then I had a conversation with David, and I was just like, I don't know, like I was asking about what the goals were for the elections board this year, and I thought, well, that would be a way for me to be able to take the knowledge and experience that I have and have those conversations, but in a more strategic way and to different groups of people. So I also kind of miss the office sometimes.
Okay, great. It always starts with handshake, though.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Thank you. It's been Mohammed.
Hi, so this is my first year in ASUO, so I'm curious, what did you do when you were in ASUO, or what roles did you have?
Okay, so when I was in my first year, I ran to be a senator and got elected as a senator until my sophomore year of college. I was a senator for the EMU board, which was really tricky because that's when there was a big transition going through where half the budget was being cut for ASUO, and all of the people who were tagged on the EMU units that ASUO used to fund had to grapple with, oh, we no longer fund you anymore, now you're on this different fee, and figuring all of that out. So that was a weird transition year. And then I also during that year ran the president, which was a wild process. And initially I actually didn't really want to run. I didn't have it in my mind at all until people started asking me, like, would you ever consider it? We think you should. And I was like, let me think on that. But ultimately I knew that I cared so much about the student body and making this place a place where people could find their people and go through school and actually maybe enjoy a day or two. And while I was in office, I would say the biggest, like looking back, I think one of my favorite parts, and maybe like looking back at accomplishments wise, like we worked really hard to secure funding for a food pantry on campus. And through so many meetings and sitting down with the new president and letting him know like food insecurity is real and basic needs on campus aren't met, and getting that picture laid out, we finally were able to go through the university's strategic planning process. So students in the IP didn't have to cover the pantry, but the university's funds would. So that's another process that's continuing over this year. But yeah.
I hope this question isn't too much, but last election cycle was messy and not very professional. In that time, as someone pretty involved in ASUO, what actions might have you taken to alleviate toxicity? And in the future, what steps would you
stay pretty through the process. So it's tricky because as president, you stay relatively separate from the elections board. The elections board is its own kind of acting body because you don't want to have any conflict of interest in input in the incoming cycle of people, just in case there are people who are ASUO who are running or in your cabinet who are running. So looking back, I don't think I would necessarily like it as president. I don't know if I would have done anything because I don't want to meddle in that process. But if I were a board member, and I don't know like everything that went on because a lot of things were kind of I tried to stay out of it, but I think as someone who's been through the process, like I would love to be able to help support people who are going through a very emotional, crazy time of the elections. And if there is ever like a need for someone to just sit down with someone who's been through the process and like talk things out or like, I don't know, I just want to be a support person as someone who's done it before. And I think that that'll also help when if things do get rocky in an election, being able to go into the mind of a candidate because I've been there and saying, oh, this is probably what they're thinking, and giving that input to a collective elections board will be helpful and will be able to alleviate potential what word did you use? Did you say toxicity? Yeah. That arises, but I don't know. I think that that's a tricky question. So I don't know like what specific. I don't know what you're specifically referring to.
I don't know, I guess there's like a lot of competitiveness, which is understandable. I think there are people that I guess just like more of a culture and more like kindness and empathy to like that, because that's all of that missing.
Yeah, I think that something that I would love to see beyond just like workshops for general students is like workshops for candidates too, and like having people come in and being able to maybe do a session on like, well, what does campaigning look like? And kind of leveling out the playing field and not it just being so hush hush and just because you know someone who knows something, you have this insider knowledge, and now you can be competitive about it, and you can do an action that's gonna harm someone else because you are in the know. Like I would love to see an election where the information's all out there and you can find the resources and get your questions answered.
Yeah, so I had a kind of like a follow-up question on that. As someone who does know the process, and with that being said, we know a lot of people who may re-enter that process, how would you or how do you stay neutral? Your role would specifically focus on recruiting and helping uplift people, but part of the elections process also working with people who have been in these previous positions. And so how do you stay neutral on that? How do you help empower them while also empowering others and providing the same opportunity for everyone?
Yeah, so the whole reason why I want to do this is to like level this playing field and make sure that everyone does have an equal opportunity, whether they've been in ASUO, whether they're brand new to this, because that's how democracy and election they run. So going in with that mindset when making decisions and being unbiased, if I know someone, it would be similar to I've been a senator before, going through that similar process of there are rules for a reason. We abide by the election rules, and no matter who, if they are grievance because they have broken a rule, no matter who it is, there are rules that we look to for a reason, been built for a reason. And so I would use a similar process to what I did when I was a senator, which is just staying unbiased, looking at what the document says, and making a decision accordingly. I mean, I feel like you all have been in a position where you've had to make surplus request decisions, and it's someone maybe you're not super close to, so you're not going to abstain, but you still maybe know of them, or they're in your class, or you've worked with them before, and it would be just a similar thought process of, okay, I need to take that out of the equation and make this decision.
Fisher.
Hi, Chloe. Hi. I was just wondering, if there are any, like, what particular, like, experience are you hoping to gain from serving this role? If you had to, like, extend it.
I think would honestly be experience in teaching. I do want to be a teacher, and I think being able to bring people into a community space that I've been a part of, and informing them about what that is, and then empowering them with the agency to do something about that information. Do they want to run? Do they want to apply for exec? Do they want to walk away? Like, being able to be a teacher in that way is what I'm thinking. Thank you. I feel.
I have my last question for me. Or not the last question, but my last question I'm gonna ask. Sort of going on to Senator Muhammad's point last year with all the sort of animosity around last year's election, there was a lot of necessary like harassment and hearsay that started getting around leading through campaigns that really sort of took the important part out of it and turned it into unnecessary drama. How will you as a commissioner or confirmed address things like that to make sure that they don't blow up and become as big of a mess as they did last cycle?
So I think one, what I've learned is that the board this year really wants to be proactive, and as much as possible creating this elections process to be something that isn't hostile, which is hard because it really depends on who's running and the decisions that are made. But I think a lot of that stems from just making sure everyone has all the information and knows what their power is when it comes to an election process, knows what a grievance is, knows like how to read the rules. I think that the more resources and information that you know, and then feel like you have agency to take action through that knowledge, I think that prevents some of the hostility, because then you know if someone's grievancing you, well, I'm in the right actually because I didn't break a rule. But also emotions will always be tied up in these things. And I think that as someone who has been through the process, and like I said before, I get it. Like, it is a very emotional, sleep deprived time, and I would do as much as I can to support in a like professional, unbiased way candidates through the process. If I would be happy to host office hours if people want to talk things through. Obviously, as a commissioner, I can't make any sort of decision on, or like say this is what the election board would rule on this very thing, but the emotional support side, I could help with.
Sure. Senator Scruff. Ludeman, sorry.
Hi, Chloe. Thanks for being here. I know you spoke a little bit earlier on your connections and how you have developed those heavily through your experiences with ASUO. Do you have any concerns of your ability to reach people that may have never heard of ASUO before? I know that when I was in campaign season, that was like the #1 question, was like people had no idea what we were or that we even existed.
Right.
So do you have any of those concerns? And if not, what are your plans to kind of overcome that and reach those people that have never?
Yes, so that's always like the big concern, not only for the election, but as president last year, it's like, how do you get people to know that this $9 million organization exists? And that this is student dollars, and that they're literally every student's paying for this to exist. And so I would say that's part of the challenge and why I want to do this job. Obviously there's like things that we did last year, like tabling, and one of my favorite like parts of the job that I wasn't able to do very often because I was often in meetings, like was be randomly stopping into places in the EMU and being like, hi, I'm Chloe, I'm the ASUO president. You probably don't even know what that is, but this is what that is. So just trying to meet students where they're at, and figuring out like within the offices amongst ASUO already, where those connections are, and then power building in that way and figuring out like what connections can we tap into. But then also just not being afraid to pull up, like engage in thinking, okay, like this club meeting's happening, should we stop by here? This, and like thinking like, we can't disrupt class time, but is there a way for the professor to send an announcement on Canvas, and can we get like help with academic senators connecting with different professors, like thinking about ways where we can just have the words ASUO somewhere, or you can be in a space where someone who might not know about ASUO would run into you. And it could be in a formal tabling capacity, or just not being afraid to say something, which I have learned how to do through last year. So yeah, thank you so much. I yield.
Sure.
Hi, Chloe. I guess I want to start off by honestly shouting out David. I'm very impressed as always that you also like went about this process and oh, sorry. Shout out David. I'm impressed that you knew that you needed this position. That after going through this process halfway, you're like, we need this role. So kudos and thank you for going off and doing this again by yourself and really well. I find a candidate for that. And making such an excellent case for Chloe. And now my question for you, Chloe, is having been in positions where you've had to make tough decisions that some people across campus and even maybe in this room may not agree with, to be blunt, in addition to the case that David made for you and you made yourself, why do you think this role is different enough and should not be judged off of past experiences, perspectives, or options? Like, can you just very clearly make the case to everyone concerned about why this is like totally different and should not be that like judged off of your past experience, like, or past viewpoints?
Why the election board?
Yeah, in terms of like, yeah, why it's a little bit different.
Well, I mean, the election board like exists in its own capacity and it makes its own decisions, and the solitary function is run the election. Like that's how it works. And so I think, I mean, obviously like who I am as a person is going to impact like when I walk into a space, like how people are going to react. But I think that going in as an elections board commissioner, I get to enter the space as, oh, I've been involved in ASUO, but I moved on. And this is like my ability to, I'm still separate, but I'm still involved in the way where I want to bring people into the space and not, I don't want control of it. I don't want control of the space anymore. I'm good with that. I just want to make sure the elections happen in the most equitable and accessible way possible. And that's why I'm here.
Perfect. What I was looking for. Thank you. I yield.
Is there anybody else? Okay, I know I said that was last one, but I have one more question. The ASUO president's in charge of appointing the elections board chair, correct?
Yes.
Last year, when you appointed Gregory to elections board, can you tell us what you were looking for in an elections board chair?
For me, my biggest concern last year, which is something that I'm so concerned with this year, was having someone who had experience and someone who wanted to reach the people. And that's the case that Gregory made, and he was the only returning commissioner and experience and wanted to reach people. Was that goal ultimately reached? And yes, but I think we could do better.
I know that was way back then, but I just thought I'd ask.
Okay, whoa, way back last year.
Okay. There's nothing else. I think we'll move into our private deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mhm. Fisher? Ben Pinero? Ben Moreno?
That she had a lot of knowledge about ASUO that would be very valuable, but I do, at the end of the day, like think that I would like to take this position as someone who should like gain a lot more from this experience as like serving on the election board. And also maybe even someone who like hasn't been in ASUO and could like provide an outside perspective of like their perception of like what the elections look like and you know what they think can be done to like reach more students. I yield.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Pinero.
I think the second of the thing Fisher said, I don't think you necessarily need to have been in ASUO to be able to advertise it. I think you'd be pretty good at wording, to be quite honest, with people and the selling point. The experience is valuable when you're in an institution like ASUO and Jerry had that experience, respectively. You're recruiting to get people that have not heard of ASUO and that look different from us. And we're always talking about diversity and having new people, not having returners. So I don't really understand why we're hiring someone who's this would be their fourth year to do this when that's not what we're trying to bring in. And I don't think that's like, to me, that just doesn't really make sense. And I don't think she's the right person.
Marina.
I know that Eleanor asked about her ideas and I just wanted to voice I didn't hear anything other than let's do what we've already been doing.
Next, I'm going to be voting no, but I want to explain why. First of all, David, I really want to thank you for all your hard work on this. I respect the hell out of you. I've worked with Chloe before, and with the last election, I was really dissatisfied with sort of with Gregory's appointment at the beginning, and sort of just the handling that even the exec side could have been taking, in my opinion. So that's why. But there's, I'm sorry, scrub, and then.
I want to ask, in response to what you just said, Talik, what were you dissatisfied with in that appointment? I just don't know.
I mean, well, just like, I don't think that just experience is a reason to have somebody be the chair of the elections board, nor is that a qualification to really serve on any job. I think it's the quality of the experience. That's why when David came up, I knew David as a person. I knew he had experience, which was a bonus, but I don't think that's the sole qualification to be. Yeah.
Well, thanks for that. I wanted to say that I totally see where you all may be coming from. If you're recruiting new people to be an ASUO, why would you want a prime ASUO face in that role? However, I just kind of saw on the other end of that the type of person that Chloe is internally, despite her different perspectives, that may lead to other decisions that other people might not have enjoyed. Which I know nobody called out, but I know it's just kind of like up in the air. I think Chloe's ability to connect with people in general should take precedence over her experience. And like, you asked about her experiences and guess what she's involved in. And she didn't list off clubs or anything like that. She said she has a bank of connection. That is because she has like worked and really talked with people and really gone so far above and beyond to connect with people, to really try her hardest to make change in what way she thought was best. And I really admire that, set aside from her experience. I think that we should I think we should look above into like an internal person and not just into her experience. With that, I know it's hard to separate because obviously she is such a prominent figure in ASUO. However, that's just what I wanted to say. That's why I'll be voting yes for Chloe and somebody
that, I just thought would be a good face for that role, a very open mind, for recruiting people.
Withers.
Yeah, I'm gonna take back my name. I'm kind of conflicted on this because I do agree with Liz. Chloe is an extremely sociable person. And from the first time I met her, I approached her at like the alumni association thing. I'm like, you're the principal lecturer. I'm looking to get into ASUO. Like, let's please talk about this. And she was like super eager to talk about it. And I feel like she just makes great connections with literally every person she talks to. I studied abroad with her over the summer, and it was just like seeing the person she bloomed into being in that experience was amazing. And she was just so friendly and social. And like, I think that she's amazing. However, I don't think that I'm super pleased with the way she ran ASUO last year. There was definitely room for improvement, and the Gregorius appointment was pretty disappointing. I have to say, I know that's she's not him, but he was super antisocial. I like from my perspective, like I barely even knew who he was. I was against him the whole time. Like I don't think he did a great job of getting the word out, and I'm worried about the fact that she chose him because she chose him and she thinks she wants to do the job. You know, she might try to not exceed that too much. You know, I don't.
And before I get to Teague, I do want to say one thing about when I mentioned Gregory, that it was also, I also put part of the blame on Senate too, because that has to get confirmed by this body too. And if people aren't asking the right questions, that's what happens. So.
Yeah, well, I want to say that your point was valid, and I do hear some really valid points as to why people wouldn't want to appoint Chloe. However, I also hear points that I don't necessarily agree with, and I think that are fundamentally flawed. And that being the fact that I completely agree. One of the points that I ran on is that we're looking for diversity and to expand representation, but we shouldn't count against someone because they have experience. I don't agree with that. Just because someone was here last year doesn't mean that they shouldn't be on because they have been here last year. And the elections board already is filled with a lot of people who come from really diverse backgrounds. And it's actually good. It's diversity in itself to have someone who does have experience, who's a part of that board. Because then you have both sides, someone who can give you institutional knowledge and also someone who hasn't had that. And so a mix of both is what maximizes diversification. But simply not hiring someone because they had experience last year is a narrative that I definitely want to counter and vocalize that, because at that point, then you're simply discriminating against people because of the past experience. So, thank you.
Ramirez Panetta. Nagaraj.
I was just thinking of like a scenario where like it'd be like someone who doesn't know anything about ASUO, like asking, like just drilling her with questions, but I feel like she would just be able to give the perfect answer every time. And like that person would feel a lot more comfortable with ASUO. And then like that would make more sense for me, like the fact that she knows so much about it. She would just be able to answer nearly every question.
Hunter.
I do completely agree with the vice president that I don't think that someone being on ASUO should disqualify them. However, I was definitely a little dissatisfied with the response, the question about just like how toxic and poorly the elections ran last year. And I totally invite anyone who would like speak out against me, but like my belief is that the president of ASUO should have control over, not control, but like should be responsible for all of ASUO. And I feel like in some ways it's not a fulfillment of duty to it's to just like have the elections go so poorly last year. Yeah, I
David, I just wanted to ask you how many people on the elections board currently have not been a part of ASUO previously in any capacity, and how many have?
3 of them have not had, three of them have not had any experience. I'm the only one who has had any experience, and that was just as a commissioner of the election.
Thank you, I yield.
Peters, and then Bev.
I was gonna also ask David a question. If there were other candidates for this position that didn't have ASUO experience, Like, why choose Chloe over somebody who has a new perspective, but really just isn't like this, we are a bubble, and you know, Chloe is a part of that bubble and was a part of that bubble for many years, so I wanna ask David why the choice of Chloe, over somebody who maybe isn't so steeped in, the ASUO bubble.
The main reason is the skill set. Like I said, I'm an organized person and I have no problem organizing, and the cause is insanely talented and they have no problem advertising. That's not the issue. I'm not a candidate and I never was, and I don't know what it takes to be a candidate. I don't know what it takes to run. I don't know what it's like to run. And especially what I don't know is how do you gather a bank of individual contacts to reach out to an election? I mean, you can ask anyone here and they say that you got elected because you texted a bunch of people. I don't know what that process is. Nobody on the election board process knows that. And any of the other three candidates also, again, had no student government involvement before, so and no election running skills as well. So that's the main reason that I chose it, because I actually truly believe that if there's someone that can level a playing field, it's someone that has the skills to run, and that's not something that
Thank you, David, and you.
Vo?
It's a favorite at this point, but yeah, so I just think like when you guys are voting, like think about like why she was being appointed for this role, and that's recruiting. I agree with Kiki that we shouldn't discriminate for her as an elected official. And yeah, I understand the concern that she may be, even not consciously biased towards recruiting people that are already in the ASUO and stuff like that. But let's not forget the fact that she's not the one that's voting for people that are going to be there, right? So it's students, it's the entire body. And that's what they want, then that's what's gonna happen, right? Her job is just to bring more people and make it aware that this is what's happening. This is people that.
Garrett.
Thank you, David, for both of those answers. I wanted to say that there's a reason that I'm in this position today. There's a reason that Marisol and I are both in these positions today, and both of those reasons start with Chloe, exactly, because of a protective power resolution last year. And I think out of everything, that is probably like the biggest reason to have a problem with her. And I am under the impression that I'm going to vote yes tonight based on what David just said. Her knowledge is invaluable, and I don't think that it's fair to judge her based on her past capacities as president and as senator. The decisions that she made in the previous years were based on her roles. And again, I just don't think that's fair. And I think, as we have hired other people in these processes, as we have gone through appointment after appointment after appointment, like these questions have come around time and time again, and yet there has always been a precedent. I feel like we want the most qualified person, we want the person that is, most beneficial for this role, and why is that suddenly now changing with Chloe? I yield.
Withers and then Fisher.
I'm gonna acknowledge what I said earlier, and I decided that I'm gonna vote yes, because I think that her previous experiences to do her glory is kind of irrelevant at this point, because I know who she is as a person. And in the role of commissioner, she will be incredible. I don't know if any of you remember her from the election season, but as her role as president, she was like a wizard at tabling. She's so amazing at talking to people, and I think that she would be incredible in this role. Another point, and I forgot it, and I don't.
Fisher.
I was gonna say that I wasn't trying to discriminate against her previously started in ASUO. Just that I think that she had time in ASUO, and I would like to invite other people to have that opportunity, but thank you for clarifying that the other three are also unexperienced. So thank you for that, and I yield.
Anybody else before we vote? Or somebody wants to make a motion?
I just want to say I'm a friend of Chloe's. That's not why I'm here tonight, but as you were saying, I started grilling her about ASUO when I was a sophomore. She was a sophomore, and she has answered every single question I've had. And it's so much easier for me as a club organizer to do all my work in ASUO. And she's a super job, so she's been great for me.
Thank you.
I move to appoint Chloe Webster
right?
Mhm.
I moved to appoint Lawyer Webster to position of election board, commissioner, secretary.
We should make start the second and thirty. Is there any discussion? Teachers.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Muhammad.
Aye.
Vo.
Aye.
Potter.
Aye.
Acker. Pinero.
Nay.
Moreno. Fisher. Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Canada.
Nay.
Agarajan. Wu.
Aye.
Espa.
Aye.
Agdalena. Scrub.
Aye.
Dillon.
Nay.
Goodwin.
Aye.
Jenkins is that.
Aye.
Robin.
Aye. Sure.
Aye.
Oh, great. Carried.
Aye.
I say nay. Give me 1 second while we count those. The motion is 3-2 and the appointment is confirmed. Will somebody bring her in? Congratulations. Welcome back, Chloe. Please.
Just if we're going through this recruiting cycle, I want to acknowledge that we have a very diverse Senate and you guys are very connected to a lot of different parts of this university. So as we go through this process, I would really appreciate your help in recruiting as many people as you can. So looking for more on that.
I have a request for a recess. Are there any objections? No. Okay, and the Senate will be recessed for 10 minutes.
No, I was just also not past it, like my teeth are busting. I know, but they're not right.
Then. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, come on, guys. So I'm gonna do my. I didn't even try. Why would I do it? Yeah, and then it's just. Right there. Rachel, Bella is the emerald reporter for. Yes. Okay. Then you still have transfer requests, and then you have to. Oh, yeah. This Oh, yeah. I wish I would have gone to a co-op. I didn't know that they were doing a co-op visit and just. I like when I was just, yeah, 16. Oh, no, because it was like all but it is. That makes sense. I'm like, not. It was fire. I wish I had seen it because every 8 months. Yeah, they be vegetarian. They serve dishes. That's so awesome. I really, yeah. They have guinea pigs. I think it's costs. I know. And they do just like everything they know, take a binder and do all yeah. Correct. But yes, oh my god, what is that?
Like, it's like. Cause like I. I'm also trying to figure that out. I mean, to the mall. Right, Mondays, there's the drawing that I have.
I was just sending her right here. Answer, yes, how are you liking this? Yeah. What are your names, by the way? Logan. Nice to meet you.
I can literally just like.
I represent like computer science, neural science, and I think 2 others. Yeah, I just wanted to, yeah, because I saw you guys here and I was like, I haven't. Because I know how to read a lot. No, my school I'm super Monday, so I think everyone. This one I'm because one sorry, oh, it's yeah, it was the last day. Conquer was there. It's just like so I don't know.
Yes, so say that I would have to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that you could, if you put your mind to.
Dude, I feel exactly, it's too loud, they have a party that I attended. Is that not your party? Or do you like break dance? Yes, you can do that right now. Hey. I know where to have it.
Yeah, we did.
Good job. I know. Wait, I get it.
Oh, no.
I need a water. Is this just your second Senate meeting?
Oh, no.
How many minutes? Okay, first time I meet you, we're like.
Wait, Rachel, by the time I finish my banana.
You want me to do that?
No, I said by the time I finish my banana, we're gabbling back. What?
Kyle told me that you guys are talking about finance business.
Today? Yeah, it's like surplus requests.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what we do every week.
yeah, okay, that's what I assumed, but he was thinking that we're talking more, so
No,
like.
no.
Good job, great points.
Thanks, Hunter.
We're gonna be on a flight together.
Yeah. I got
you were leaving.
I don't leave. I was see my children. Don't leave. You haven't seen them?
We actually have 3 orange cats between us.
Yeah.
Have you? 3 orange cats.
I
have a little
You guys like pumpkin.
Okay, enough. These are mine. That's Jetta. That's Maggie. They're sisters. Jetta and Maggie. Car like a Volkswagen.
Just hit maybe 4 months? 4 months this month. And then Kevin just hit 7 months. He's about to turn 8. No, stop.
We are so bad. Okay, and you know, I actually don't even have 4 of them. So, well, wait, hey, Kyle. Yeah.
Hi, Hunter.
Thank you, Hunter.
I don't have time.
Kyle, that's the sound.
Do we already
Only transfer and surplus.
Just learn how much else you have on the agenda, so I
Oh,
want to thank
yeah,
you
I'm
again
here for
the
another
time.
2 hours.
Yeah, so I appreciate all the work you're doing.
Yes, of
Thank you for putting us in.
Yes. Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Open for public, like the notes.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they're always public, yeah.
They're on Engage.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and I can make sure that they're sent to you.
I will say, we had an error how the computer was storing them, so we're trying to re-upload all of them, but they were just like things that they were playing. It was really weird. Thank you for your work, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's 4. Okay, thank you, Kyle. Raina, are you ready? We got a transfer request from South Asian Cultural Alliance. You wanna talk about that briefly? And thank you for bearing with us tonight.
I'm here just for it's $3,000 from volleyball to a payroll line item.
And that's my fault, I didn't realize that to pay UO students, you have to use payroll. We're paying videographer and the photographer, 1,500. And this is again for volleyball March 1st.
Whether we can move it.
I think this sounds great and pretty simple, so I'm going to transfer funds with the group South Asian Cultural Alliance, OS number 088I, to volleyball to payroll in the amount of $3,000.
Second, Peters.
Motion made by Withers, seconded Sprouse, any discussion, Ludeman, Garrity.
Wait, are you waiting on me?
Yeah.
Can I have them?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Just to clarify, this payroll line item is not going to be the same as the stipend line item, and these are already paid through contracts?
Yeah, it's a new,
Anyway, is it under administrative or is it under programming?
It's not the one I filled out, but it's for sort of, I know we did it last year.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm sorry.
No, you're so good. I'm guessing that since it was approved by SOS and it's fine, I was just more for my own personal knowledge. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Peters?
Aye.
Lopez? Aye. Muhammad?
Aye.
Bell? Potter?
Aye.
Aye. Pinero?
Aye.
Moreno? Fisher?
Aye.
Withers?
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda?
Aye.
Nagarajan? Aye. Wu?
Aye.
Esbeck? Agnew? Scro?
Aye.
Dillon? Aye. Ludeman?
Aye.
Jenkins System?
Aye.
Fallon?
Aye.
Ducharme?
Aye.
Garrity?
Aye.
And I say aye as well.
Thank you guys.
Okay, do we have anyone today from DeBC? Maybe.
Table of surplus request from DVC. Second, Dillon.
Motion made by Sprouse, second Dillon, all in favor.
Aye.
Sorry, is it? Oh, no, okay. Other? Okay.
It's only $70.
Yeah.
Can you do it with that?
Oh.
They don't have to be here. They never have to be here. It's just a practice.
Oh.
So if somebody wants to make a motion, take it off the table.
I make a motion to take them off. I motion to approve. Or to table.
Motion made by Sprouse, seconded Pinero, all in favor.
Aye.
Opposed? Other, great, Ackman, then we.
This is just a quick little thing, maybe if it's like $100 or less, they cannot be here for surplus requests, but I don't remember having another $100 or less surplus request, just an idea, and then I can make the motion if everyone's good with that. I move to authorize spending from surplus to group to BC OS number OS 175I, in the amount of $70 to the existing line item general ICCA funds.
Second, Ramirez Pineda.
Motion made by Ackman, seconded Ramirez Pineda, is there any discussion, Ludeman? Withers?
I agree with the motion. I just don't think that we should automatically approve any requests under $100 if they're not here. I just read through this and I think it seems pretty straightforward and they need pitch pipes. It's a non-capella group.
Yeah.
It's a very necessary thing and they have a competition coming up in a couple of weeks. And, you know, I don't know. I think it's very necessary, but I think that we should definitely, even no matter how much money it is, we should still be thoughtful and look through the request, no matter. Yeah, I already said that. I yield.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Others? Okay. Do we have anyone here today from Unbound Literature? Awesome.
Thank you guys all for listening. My name is Nathan King. I'm the editor-in-chief of Unbound. This is my second year of this position, third year of the journal. I want to start off by thanking all of you, particularly the financial committees, for approving our budget for next year. We have this a massive increase in our budget, which will allow the people next year to have stipends, as well as have publishing be budgeted into their program and have enough money for events. So thank you guys so much for that. On Monday, I received an email from a UO alum who was published in the 2012 winter edition of our journal 13 years ago. And she couldn't find a copy of it online. And so I sent it to her and showed her where they are online. She was really worried that our club was getting defunded or didn't have people doing it anymore. But I was just like, we just moved where the archive is. She's super happy about it. So I just wanted to pass it along to you guys that we still have people that have graduated long times ago, really interested in our club and really happy to hear that you guys are still funding it. And not that the program is getting smaller, but it's actually growing thanks to your support. So thank you so much for that. So I don't know how much you guys know about creative writing at UO, but this is one of the best MFA programs in the entire country. It's considered like top 5 in pretty much every ranking, and it's one of the oldest and most prolific entire MFA programs, which is Master of Fine Arts. That being said, our undergraduate program kind of isn't really that strong, and there isn't a huge community. And there's a lot of people that come here looking for a community of writers, particularly with undergraduates, and they can't find it. So at Unbound, we started, like, our mission is to have a writing community, which has traditionally been done through creating a journal and editing. But recently we've heard a lot of calls for starting more active community. So a year ago, last winter, I started having events open every week we would come to, and we started having people show up. And then this year we were able to start providing food for them because we had money for that. And a lot more people show up because that's how clubs work. And we now have like 16 people showing up every week, different people writing 2 hours a week, getting to know each other, laughing, talking, getting to share food. And it's a really wonderful thing. And one of the things I really like about it is that we have a lot of people that are non-English majors showing up. I'm one of the only people in the entire club who's not an English major. I'm a Spanish and environmental science major. I just kind of stumbled across the club. I like writing, and here I am leading it now. And we're having people showing up that are English majors, which is really new and really cool. And I think part of that is because we have food. And so today I'm asking if we can have $825 of surplus to provide food for this event. That is enough money to cover the rest of this term and about 2 more sessions in spring term. We'll have to come back again after we've proven that we spent that money. That was our intention with that price. But that will cover the rest of this term and a little more. So that is our request. Happy to answer.
Awesome, thank you for being here. Dylan and then Liz.
Thank you so much for being here. That's awesome. I'm just gonna go make a motion of I move to authorize spending from surplus to group Unbound Literary Journal OS number 152 in the amount of $825 to line item events.
Motion made by Dylan, seconded Lopez. Is there any discussion, Liz? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other? Okay, great.
Thank you guys so much. I have one more thing.
Go for it.
I'll be back in a few weeks because we don't have money for printing this year, and I'm asking you guys for it. Does anyone want a copy of the journal from last year? And I just want to get handouts.
Oh, wait, I already have one.
That doesn't have them.
If you add one that we can put in the office too, I think people.
There are in the office already.
Okay.
Oh, they are.
Oh,
They're on the coffee table.
Oh.
That's how I got mine.
Oh, I know what.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't have one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. Okay.
Man, you take 2 L's.
But in here, there are.
It's already there.
How many do you have?
Last time I checked, there's like one on the coffee table.
I'm hearing more. I can bring more to the office.
Thank you so much. That was crazy. Okay. Do we have anyone from Oregon Hip Hop team? Oregon Hip Hop team?
I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, yes, go for it.
I can put my camera on. I'm so sorry. I have a bit of a cold, so I didn't want to get anyone sick. Hi, my name is Ayana Fong. I am the coach for the UO hip hop team. So it's a little bit confusing, but I'll kind of try to explain to my best ability. But last year, so we had to do the surplus form, but basically last year, the leadership coach did not submit a budget form for us this year. And so our surplus is on the higher end, in my opinion, but we're asking for $923. This kind of just is for the year, and it kind of helps our like team continue to do like events and other performances throughout like the year that we normally do. Um, do you guys have any questions? I'm so sorry. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. Sorry, this is my first time doing this. How to do like a surplus for this when it's kind of just asking. Um, I don't know. I'm so sorry.
No worries about. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll start with this. You're killing it. And then I'll give it. I start with questions. Fisher. Then Wu, then Liz.
I think this is like a question for Tiara as POC chair. Since they did submit a budget form for 24-25, is it still possible for them to do the appeals? Like that?
No, they submitted a budget form then for this year, we approved them, right? We like approved so many times.
She said for 24-25.
24-25, yeah, there's still a lot of surplus. Sorry, can you restate your question, because I don't think that I'm explaining it.
It says in the that they failed to submit a budget form this year, so they don't have any allocated funding for this year. And so I was just wondering if they could still like submit that to appeals if they didn't submit it, or maybe
No, you cannot submit a previous budget request form for appeals in the next fiscal year. So every budgetary need that they will have for this fiscal year will have to come through surplus.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask regarding, because they have multiple requests for new line items, though I feel like it may be possible to have it in one or two line items. I wanted to ask about that if that is an option.
Like from us, is that an option? Yeah, and if they would like to combine the line items, they can.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, and additionally for Senate as well, when making a motion and they have so many line items, you mentioned the amount for every new line item.
And then you say for a grand total of how much, yeah,
Thank you.
that's of course. Withers.
My point is now made redundant by you.
Gotcha, okay. Are there any other questions or mentions?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion. I move to authorize spend from surplus to the University of Oregon Hip Hop Dance Team, OS number OS 115. In the amount of $133 to new line item travel expenses, $120 to new line item spring workshop rental, $100 to new line item for end of year event, $180 to new line item practice rental, $120 to new line item workshop rental, and $270 to new line item tryout rental for a grand total of $903.
So second row.
Motion made by Miranda, second row. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other? Great, congratulations, that was so much fun.
Oh yay, thank you guys. I had a quick question. So sorry.
Of course.
So because of the way that like unfortunately this year was with like the surplus, if theoretically I did the math, so I don't think we would ask for any more money, but if we were, I read like the fine lining and it's only supposed to be like one surplus, right? Or am I wrong on that end?
Y'all are more than welcome to come for as many surplus requests as you'd like. I think general practice is like try to come with as many as like with all the line items that you think you might need for the year. But if you need to come back, please.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I hope
Yes,
you have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Have a good night. All right. We have anyone from Gloss?
Yes.
Awesome. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and your request. We can hear you.
Hello? Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, a little bit. The audio is kind of rough, but I'm Ludwig. I'm the treasurer of Gloss, pronouns he, him. And I'm here today with my colleague, Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I am one of the colloquium organizers for Gloss.
Yeah. So I'll try to keep it quick because I know people have been here for a while. So I'll give a brief introduction to what GLOSS is and what we do. So GLOSS is the Graduate Linguists of Oregon Student Society. We represent the graduate student body of the linguistics department here in the University of Oregon. And our activities mainly focus on promoting the academic, professional, and social developments of linguistic students, both undergraduate and graduate, and try to foster a welcoming atmosphere that's beneficial for the professional development of students. And one of the ways that we achieve this is through hosting our colloquium events, which I will let Stephanie talk about in more detail in a little bit. But just to give a quick rundown, colloquium is an event that we hold here every Tuesday at Straub between 3:30 to 5, where we invite researchers from all kinds of backgrounds to share their work and engage with the linguistics community here and in the broader UO student body. It is open to the general public and everyone is welcome, undergrads, graduates, anyone with a slight interest in linguistics, or even if you don't know what it is, right? And it, so can I share screen?
Yes, let me make sure that the condition is turned on. One second. Okay, yes, you should be able to now.
Okay. So now I just want to give you guys a quick rundown of why we're making this budget request and our budget breakdown here. So is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the budget we got for our line items for this academic year. As you can see there, we were awarded $3,409 for the Colloquium series. And of that amount, we spent 1,138.81. So part of the process that goes here, and I'll let Stephanie talk about it in more details, but is our spending here is to invite speakers from other departments to increase the exposure of our student body to different linguistic ideas and different scholarly principles. And that is why, and that is the majority of our budget here. Sorry, can you guys see the? Yeah.
Yeah, we can see.
So yes. So this is a breakdown of the expenses this year. So we had a professor visiting from UC Davis and USC Dominguez Hills. And for that, we provided for their travel fees, their accommodation, and we gave them a contract. So from that, we could see that it's around a little under $1,000 for each speaker that we invited so far. And we have purchased snacks and beverages too, so people who come to Colloquium are comfortable and happy to be there. And although I don't have last year's whole budget with me, I did have some items here from fall of 2023. And as you can see there, again, I don't have the breakdown for this, but the cost that we bring in for each speaker is also, once again, around $1,000. And for that reason, we put an estimate of having $1,000 per speaker that we invite. So far, we've had we've paid for two speakers, although one of them did have to cancel, although she is rebooked and coming back here. And I believe we have some more. And now I'll let Stephanie take the floor.
Yeah, so to kind of bounce off on what it is when we are referring to speakers, we're referring to guest speakers that are essentially chosen by Gloss. So it's not the organizers, it's everybody involved within Gloss. Bi-yearly, we send out a poll asking our Gloss members who they are interested in having an invitation extended to. And so one of the things that we do strive for is to have diversity within the linguistics department. So linguistics is a very broad field that can encompass anything from psycholinguistics to sociolinguistics and whatnot. And so the main reason why we look to guest speakers is because here at the U of O, we don't house a sociolinguist, we don't house a linguistic anthropologist, we don't have a psycholinguist on the faculty. And even when we do look to other departments, it is linguistic adjacent. However, it has proved to our benefit, even within looking within other fields at the U of O. But because we do want to extend the opportunity for GLOSS members to learn how to network, learn how to make connections with outside departments, that's one of the reasons why we look to these guest speakers. GLOSS recognizes that there are other institutions outside of Oregon that have linguistics department, and it's crucial to hear from their research, their institution, and we believe that it lends for an equitable networking opportunity where some grad students aren't able to pay for conferences. So why not bring a little mini conference to the U of O if possible?
I also wanted to add that so we're flexible with our budget request here. We also factored in the amount that requested for the surplus is factoring in emergencies and things that might cause the cost of inviting a speaker to spike unexpectedly. So we're willing to take a slightly slightly lower amount as well. And this event is also beneficial to undergrads as well because we encourage them to sign up for. We usually have signups for meetings with our guest speakers who are coming in for private lunches and just other more private scenarios where students who are interested in the topics that the guest speakers are experts in have the chance to develop and explore these ideas more in depth. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation and also for explanation. I'm gonna go into questions now. I'll go VP of Marketing.
Hi, this isn't a question, more so a comment. I just want to say how much I appreciate the comprehensive overview of your payment. This time, I know last time we kind of had an issue with kind of getting a sense of where the money's actually going, and this is really, really, really good. So thank you so much for putting the time into this.
Hi, thank you for being here. I was wondering if you have attendance records for your past speaker events in fall term.
Yeah, so we do have them. We don't have them electronically, but we do have them in paper format. Usually what happens is that we do request for attendees to sign in by giving us their name, their email address, and if they're UO students, because it is open to the public, so we have had instances where they're not UO students, when they are to provide a 9-5, and if they're not, to just say that they're not students.
Thank you. I mean more like, do you have like a number count of how many people?
Oh, yeah, of course. So we do generally have about 30 to 50 people. It really depends on the speaker. We've had speakers where we have 35. We've had speakers last term. We had one speaker from Romance language last term. We actually kind of filled the room. I believe we had about 60 attendees present.
Great, thank you. And as a follow-up question, I'm just curious if you could explain a little bit more what the benefit is of having these people come in person compared to having them speak over like a Zoom kind of conference, that would maybe avoid some kind of like travel and accommodations.
Yeah, of course. So while we strive to make it accessible, we do have a hybrid option for people who are interested in attending but aren't able to be physically present. One of the reasons why we do ask for these speakers to come is so that when some of these students from Gloss do go to conferences, they can actually put a name and a face together and a height. You know, seeing someone in person is extremely different from seeing someone on a Zoom screen. And as well, it also lends for after our talk. Sometimes we have students and faculty stay around and talk to the speaker. Sometimes the speakers are open to going out for a beverage or for a meal with some students. And so that creates a lot of great networking opportunities for not only students, but also the faculty. Which is probably not feasible via Zoom because you can't take someone out for a drink on Zoom.
Yeah, I also just want to add that I think it's more encouraging for undergrads as well to attend colloquium if we have them in person. So it's not this obscure, nebulous thing of a scholar that's never heard of. It's a person present here and engage with them.
Scrum.
I'm sorry. It's annoying.
Hello, thank you for being here. I just wanted to ask and have some clarification. Also, I have a lot of questions, so please bear with me. As of now, have the speakers already confirmed their attendance through, for example, contract or airfare?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? It was really hard to hear.
Yeah, have the speakers already confirmed their attendance through, for example, contract or airfare?
Yeah, so one of the things that we request the speakers is for them to book their airfare and through the contract as well. We draw up the contract once they've confirmed, hey, I have my flight, this is my itinerary, this is the cost. And that's how we confirm. We do try our best to confirm based on the contract developing guidelines, where I think it's recommended between 6 to 8 weeks before they come to the U of O, and we try our best to strive for having it within that time frame.
So a follow-up question is, considering if the speakers have already bought their airfare, would you guys have any backup plan at all if, for example, tonight doesn't work out?
Yes, so that has happened to us before. In the event that speakers are not able to come, one of the things that we do is this happened actually last quarter when one of our guest speakers was unable to come. We did contact ASUO. We let them know this kind of fell through. The person had a family emergency, was not able to make it. We do make sure to still fill that position either with someone within the department presenting their research, either a grad student, undergrad, someone who is prepared to use that space to present their work.
Sorry, to be clear, maybe my question wasn't clear enough, but regarding the cost of the airfare or the speakers attending, if tonight you weren't able to get your surplus, do you have any backup plan for the cost that you would need?
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying. So right now, we only have our winter schedule made. Of course, this is tentative to our surplus. If we're unable to fulfill that, I mean, we are kind of in the position where we don't have external funding from anywhere else. We would have to probably have repeat speakers for our event.
Thank you for answering. And last question I have is, what are the specifics that you're requesting for? For example, airfare attendance or accommodations, just a little clarification.
Sorry, one more time.
Yeah, what are the specifics that your request is paying for? For example, airfare attendance or accommodation? I just want some clarification.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Senator Wu is asking, you're asking what the surplus request is going to, right? Yeah, what specific things would the success knowledge be going to?
So it would be going to their airfare as well as their lodging and colloquium stipend to have them come.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my question.
I just wanted to highlight this 23-24 event stock loss from their end of the year report last year. Under tag. So if there's any further information that you want from the end of the year report regarding kind of the colloquium series and their ledger last year and any of that super fun stuff, then I can also share that too.
Yeah, I'm just going to make the motion. I move to authorize spending from surplus to group graduate linguistics of Oregon Sioux Society loss. OS number OS 0385 in the amount of $6,000 to existing line item named colloquium series.
Second. Motion made by Sro, seconded Esbeck. Is there any discussion?
I was just quickly gonna say, first of all, this sounds great. Just maybe in the future, I would just think twice about telling people to book flights before you get the funding. But other than that, this looks great. Thank you, I yield.
Any other discussion? Great. Peters.
Aye.
Lopez. Muhammad.
Aye.
Vo. Potter.
Aye.
Ackman. Pinheiro. Moreno. Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda. Nagarajan. Wu.
Aye.
Esbeck.
Aye.
Paglu. Scrub.
Aye.
Dillon.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
Jenkins Isbell.
Aye.
Fallon.
Aye.
Ducharme.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Thank you guys for bearing with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So we have no more audio problems. National Lawyers Guild.
Good to see you all. Thanks for letting us take up some time here. I did send you a PowerPoint presentation I made a little while ago. Graphic design's my passion. Well, I'll introduce myself. My name's Hunter. I use he, they pronouns. I'm a second year law student and I'm co-director of events for the National Lawyers Guild. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I'm glad to be here. Thanks for being here till like almost 10. This is our surplus request for a week of abolition keynote speakers honorarium. If you can go forward one more slide, if that's sort of an overview. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who we are both nationally and here on campus, a little bit about our annual week of abolition and this year's state theme. I'm also going to tell you about our keynote speaker and why she's awesome and commands the sort of money I'm asking for. And I'm also going to just tell you what the surplus request is and how that'll help set up our future plans. You can do the next slide. That's cool. So NLG is a national progressive law student association as well as a professional legal association. We're founded in the late 1930s. We're the first racially integrated bar association. And since then, we've been involved in like major union forming campaigns. Our lawyers represented Angela Davis when she was on trial for murder. We're very well connected and probably the biggest and most extensive network of public interest lawyers in the country. Nationally, we have a ton of different law school and professional chapters, committees, and then different support initiatives for activists as well as police accountability projects. And here, our chapter at the University of Oregon is the biggest in the country. At least we were last year, and I think our numbers are about the same this year as well. And we engage in a lot of different community service, the local orgs, progressive programming, and then other sort of activism and social justice programming. So the Week of Abolition, it's a national campaign. It happens, I think, at every single law school that has an NLG chapter. It consists of programming over 5 days, usually 5-6 days, that are centered on a national theme that's put out by our national organization. And in the past, we sort of have done programming that involve panels, it's involved film screenings.
in the past, I believe, before my time, I think we had keynote speakers on sort of a smaller scale. But then last year, that's a picture at the bottom there of our two past co-directors of events with Angela Davis. She came and I think this was sort of, it was through the Week of Abolition, through our Week of Abolition, but it was in collaboration with ROAR and a few other student orgs. It used to be the Week Against Mass Incarceration, but in 2023, we rebranded it to be the Week of Abolition to more align with our pro-abolition, pro-Palestine stance nationally. And so this year, it'll be the first week of March, 3rd through 7th, and our theme is practicing everyday abolition. And that allows us to be a little bit more expansive with the programming and a little bit more creative and think outside the box of just prison abolition or police abolition. This allows us to think about ways in which abolition is more creative as opposed to destructive. It's building as opposed to tearing down the systems. And yeah, so we have plans to have national or like dialogues with community partners and national comrades, as well as have a panel of at least one panel of formerly incarcerated folks. And we're going to be doing that cohort with our Criminal Defense Association at the law school. And we want to have a film screening. We're working with our criminal law professor to get people, formerly incarcerated folks who made a documentary to come to the school and have a film screening with them. And then we want to have a keynote address to conclude our Week of Abolition. And that's a picture of one of our library displays. I just wanted to put it there. Yeah, you get the things there. So our keynote speaker that we want to bring is Walida Imarisha. She's amazing. I've known her since before the pandemic. She's a great Oregon-based scholar. She's the head of the Black Studies Department at Portland City University, and has been educating on abolition basically for over a decade. She's pretty dynamic as a speaker and just person. I've seen her slam poetry. I've seen her keynote addresses. She's got a pretty famous Black History Timeline of Oregon video. But if you're interested in looking at it, she's one of the first people to put that together about Oregon, which is huge, especially with Oregon being as wide as it is. Her work does transcend traditional research and sort of activism, and she engages in a lot of workshops which are like science fiction based or speculative fiction based, where you can engage in world building and think about a world that exists beyond sort of more oppressive structures that we have. And I think she's a great role model for not only NLG, but also other people on campus. And of course, this Week of Abolition is open to everybody, not just law students. And we encourage everyone to come. I think she's a great role model for us here in Oregon and nationally. And I think she aligns perfectly with our theme this year. So we are respectfully requesting $10,000 to cover her honorarium. This will include her travel, her lodging, her honorarium fee, and also I'm hoping that this will be more of an investment in the future as well, because we're hoping to get Lita on board as a collaborator for future MLG boards and law school populations, our population on campus. She's very well connected. She's worked with people like Angela Davis in the past. Just in so many people. She's really amazing. I could sing her praise all day. But yeah, we're seeing this as an investment, and hopefully, having her come, having her engage with students, will set up a pipeline for her to be engaged and connected with more people in the future. And as you may know, law school is definitely like a networking based professional environment. And when you're engaged in sort of creative or abolitionist or social justice endeavors, it's hard to find professional networking opportunities with people who are explicitly aligned with those things. It's a little bit more transactional sometimes in the legal field. So having someone like Melita, it's sort of evening the scales a little bit and getting people on our side who are doing public interest stuff, doing abolitionist stuff, get funding and recognition. So thank you. That's all we have. That's our Instagram handle. We do promote a lot of stuff on there, but we're also canvassing throughout campus, and you can always come stop at the law building and hang out for cool people, I think. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to make that and being We'll open it up to questions for Ms. Panetta.
Hey, thank you so much for being great. Thank you for being here. My question was, do you have like a number off the top of your head or how many students attended last year's keynote speaking?
Yeah, we will just
Wow.
I'm not sure the capacity of that hall. I'm not actually sure the name of the building. Stroud, yeah, it was a huge auditorium. It was full, and then there was like another 200 to 300 people waiting to get in.
Wow.
How many people?
I actually wasn't able to get in. I waited for 2.5 hours to get in, but
Wow.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Lumen.
Hi, thanks for coming. Do you have like a number split of like what's her honorarium fee, like how much you're estimating for travel and like the accommodations?
Yeah, I believe accommodations and travel are under 1,000. I think her honorarium is kind of high because of how connected she is. And to put it in perspective, to bring someone like, you may have heard of Brian Stevenson, he's a nationally renowned lawyer activist. He commands a $60,000 honorarium. So like it would be lovely to bring someone like that, but so her honorarium I believe is above around 9,000. That's why it's the bigger.
And just another question, I saw like the dates were like multiple days, is like the thing that she would like, or like what is like kind of the layout?
I don't think she'll figure that for sure. It would be a keynote address. I'm also hoping that maybe she can come through the same day for keynote address and do a workshop with us. She's pretty cool, so I could see her maybe wanting to do multiple days. And she is Oregon based, so I think stand here a little bit longer than she. We have to figure that out.
So much.
Mohammed.
Thank you for being so well-prepared. I'm going to see this. He's bragging because this is really cool. But I just wanted to make a motion because I feel like this is pretty straightforward. I move to authorize spending surplus to the national news over 289 in the amount of $10,000 to line item League Against Mass Incarceration.
Motion made by Mohammed, seconded by Lopez. Is there any discussion we're running out?
Yeah, I wanted to ask how this cost compares to last year's.
Good question. My finance person and the last year's finance person were supposed to come today, but they're not ready. I don't actually know off the top of my head. I think our budget was around 3,800 maybe per week of abolition in total. And I think that's similar to what we've been allocated already. But I'm not actually sure.
Can you split that up between you and other orgs, right?
Yeah, I believe ROAR was one of the orgs and the students for democratic socialism. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
For sure.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. It's just a really exciting request. I was lucky enough to be able to go to the Angela Davis event last year. That had like a reserved seat on the top of the floor. And it was honestly such a good experience. I never thought that I would get to like see someone like that who I looked up to so much. And thinking back to that event and like, you know, how it went, I was just wondering in terms of like the building that is going to be held in like room capacity, have you guys like thought of like a standardized way to make sure that you know, like students are able to get in and there's like a process so that it doesn't you know, end up being like super chaotic and like yeah.
Yeah, it was a little crazy last year. I think that's because we weren't super coordinated with the administration of how the event was gonna go. I'm hoping to get a place booked that has like maybe a little bit more open space. So it'd be really cool to get the in ballroom or I don't know, maybe Stroud Hall again, but like have some lines or something going out front. I think you should do a ticketing system that's, you know, free tickets, but like maybe our speaking ticketing system. That's something we still need to work out, but like one of the main considerations, we had a wrap up conversation after Angela came last year, and that was one of the big things on the table that we want to change for this year was like have it be more organized as well as I don't know, a little bit more intentional, because like what Angela stands for was amazing, and it was kind of a shame that know, so many people want to hear her talk and so many people. I'm really glad that she was able to talk to you. She did that. So we're trying to be more intentional this year. That's about it.
Yeah, sure, that's a great answer. Thank you guys so much for being glad for that. It wasn't even that. And I just hope that like, this year with the speaker that, it's also accessible to students and thank you, I feel.
That's the goal.
Al, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to suggest, I know it's less glamorous, but Mac Court, I know has a much higher capacity and probably you can do like some open voice music instead of stages there.
Is it Matthew Arena or Mac?
Mac Court, I think Matthew Arena too is an option, but it's
Sorry.
Sorry to cut you off, but having personal experience with Matt Court, it's kind of hard to get it's really hard to get new events in Matt Court just because of how old it is. And so pretty much the only reason that the powwow is still there is because we're grandfathered in. And I know that last I heard, they aren't taking like any new events there because of some cheerleaders a few years ago.
There you go. Scrubs.
Yeah, I was gonna yield, but it just had the thought exactly that I remember it being, everyone loved to go, but there was a lot of pushback over the accessibility of the Angela Davis event. So in addition to Jefferson saying, just thinking about ADA accessibility to wheelchair access, again, super in support of this happening, but as you guys go through that planning, including it's really extensive, it's really not just lines for general student population, but any of those with special ability. So yeah, I yield.
I think some of our events, people who were pictured living in the Davis were a little concerned about that too, because one of them has a disability and it just wasn't a pleasant time. So yeah, it's definitely our key intention.
Sorry, Kyle, you had something else?
I mean, yeah, sorry, just throwing ideas out here, an outdoor event, I know it's Oregon and that's a little dicey, but like the lawn in front of Lillis, I think we set up a stage there. Be, more open, it's accessible for wheelchair accessibility, and then there's not, all those issues that come with having a board. Just kind of throwing ideas out there.
And DMC chair by day, event planner by night. Okay, Potter.
I yield.
Okay, Bowen.
Does your event have a discussion component?
That's one thing that I want to add, actually. It would be really cool to have like maybe an hour afterwards, have a talk since, the thing or change. If approved. So yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd also like to do like maybe a lunch and workshop with her earlier in the quarter, I've had some, I went to undergrad at Oregon State. Trader, and we did some things like that, like taught SE codes, and I think it'd be really cool to do that. So yeah.
Blue, sorry.
Hi, I love what you're doing, and I am totally in full support of it. My quick question was, I don't know if it was mentioned before, but is your event open to only UO students, or is it open to everyone else? Because I remember a big reason when we were saying that the MU events and I got so proud was because a lot of people coming, if you live from Portland came down. So that's
Yeah, I think moving forward, it'd be really cool to make preference to UO students because we're using low funds for it. I know we heard people coming from Portland, from Washington even, because Angela Davis is huge. So yeah, I think whenever we get settled on a ticketing system or however we're gonna do the RSVPs, I think one of the mandatory rules should be like UO ID number, or like maybe if you're local, you're UO alum who just graduated or something. Yeah, that's it.
that's awesome. Thank you for answering my question. I know.
I call the question. We'll vote. Right, there was a motion. Right? Yes, okay, great. Peters.
Aye.
Lopez. Mohammed. Potter. Ackman. Pinheiro. Moreno. Fisher. Withers. Rivas Pineda. Nagarajan. Blue. Esbeck. Agnew. Scrub. Dillon. Littman. Jenkins Iscos. Bowman. Duchamp.
Aye.
Aye.
Nice aye as well. Okay, LLFA. Thank you guys so much for bearing with us tonight. We really appreciate it.
So I just sent you a PowerPoint. I was prepared to plug in my laptop, but I figured email you.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Thank you. We'll just start by introducing ourselves really quickly. One of our board members voted in as she's on Zoom. My name is Isabel Sebra. I'm the board member in charge of finance.
Hi, I'm Lorena. Hi, I'm Lorena Balsage. I'm also representative LALSA.
Hi, you probably overheard. I'm your cousin. I never met her here.
So LLSA is requesting funding to attend the Hispanic National Bar Association Corporate Council Conference and Sport Competition in Atlanta, Georgia this year. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so one of our mission in LLSA is to increase diversity of the legal field and increasing Latina representation. Only 6% of attorneys are members of the Latina community. So we try really hard to find opportunities to go and network and just build connections with other Latina attorneys, law students, judges. So that's the reason we want to go to this conference. It really provides an opportunity to do that. And for purposes of time, I have our budget on one of our slides if you want to skip one more. Thank you. So all the way to the right, that is the budget that we're requesting. I just wanted that's where we're looking for $47,000 because we're trying to take 20 people. And the way that we chose who we're taking is we sent out an email a couple months ago asking who was interested in attending the conference. So we have 18 people who showed interest, but for the first year law students, they're just now seeing their syllabus for their legal research and writing class. And their biggest assignment sometimes conflicts with this conference, but we still want to save 2 spots for them to give them an opportunity if they're able to make it to the conference. So I have the breakdown of flights, lodging, food. One of the biggest costs too that surprised me was the registration for the conference itself. So that factored into these numbers as well. But if you guys just want to ask questions and then I can address those, or I can talk a little bit more about the conference. Just kind of want to go to
Absolutely. Withers.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I just had a question about the flight, because I know $800 is a big number. So I looked up flights from Portland to Atlanta through Southwest, because that's what it says you're using. And I found flights on March 18th, which is the day the conference starts, and returning on March 22nd, and the price is $477. And there were a lot of other flights or other airlines that were similar prices. So I was wondering where we got the $800.
Yeah, so we're just estimating. I was told to look for the cheapest refundable flight when looking for flights. This budget was put together. I worked with our events people, so they put together, but we are looking for the cheapest flight. We just are also trying to factor in any price increase between now and the time that we actually get to book the flights. So that way we don't have to keep requesting the request, but our goal is to get the cheapest flight. So when we were looking at flights, we were looking at Eugene to Atlanta, Georgia, just to kind of save on having to travel to Portland too. But I think the prices are still pretty similar. Like I think it's still lower than 800. We were just trying to aim high to see timing. Flights always jump as soon as you decide to book them and stuff. Thank you very much.
Jenkins discussion.
I just have a question about the hotels. So is every participant going to get their own hotel room, or is it going to be shared?
So our understanding is it's 2 people per room.
Okay.
And then this is the rate that the conference itself has gotten, like the group rate. So yeah, I believe so. Lorena, I don't know if you want to chime in on that, but I believe that's what the rate is. For, it's a room rate and it's a shared room, but I think it's 2 people. And it's at the place where the it's happening.
Yes, we chose this one just because that is where the conference is held. And last year it was actually in Seattle, and the booking was kind of difficult, and we actually had to be in a hotel that was away from the conference, and we found it to be more beneficial to actually be where everyone was, and they set aside group rates as well for the amount of people we would be bringing. So that's why that's the price that you see there.
Yeah.
I have a question. What's the biggest takeaway you want to be able to take away from this conference that you want to let us know about? Like, why is this important to your organization?
Jasmine went last year, so I think I'll let her talk about it first. And then I'm hoping to go this year. So.
Okay, great.
I think definitely the connections and networking between other law students, the connection with the law mission. But the attorneys and hearing their inspiring stories. There's not a lot of Latino attorneys here in Oregon. We have at the Oregon Bar here. And they hold some events all up in Portland. So it's a little inaccessible for us down here in between you guys. But networking, a lot of us are third years looking for our job offers. Second years, also looking for summer jobs. And you make such big connections there. There's people who are featured on the Fortune 500, which we would never get a connection with before. And just meeting people face to face, having that conversation, getting advice. And it's a really empowering conference. They have like a Latina pioneering, Latina condition pioneering that they hold. And it's honestly really nice to actually hear people with similar experiences and really show how they can on top. And I think that's just something that we can continue on for people who haven't gone, and then it's like a reinforcing, reinvigorating experience, especially it's in March. And a lot of us are graduating May. It's like a nice very well.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think the connections are so important, and for a lot of us, in LLSA, not all of us have family members or friends that are attorneys, so getting to go somewhere where we can connect with other people is really valuable. And then for me, I'm really excited to participate in the CLEs. So that's continuing legal education. It's like mini classes. And for me, the reason I'm looking forward to that is because I still haven't decided what kind of law I want to go into. So it's kind of like little mini doses of different areas of the law, and then you get to connect with people who are actually practicing in those areas. And I think that's just really important to talk to someone face to face about, because I hear people do presentations all the time, and sometimes that can be a little impersonal. So that's another thing that I'm looking forward to.
Awesome, thank you. And then one quick follow-up question. Is there anyone going this year or planning to go this year that has gone in previous years? And how many?
So some of us from the previous board, which would be just our sales, year 4 3Ls, and then a couple 2Ls. Who I will say their experience was a little diminished because they had that big writing project to turn in. So there was obviously very social mentor and breaks which you have. I think that was maybe 3.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Mohammed and Bill.
Thank you guys for your preparation. I think this is also kind of straightforward, so I'm going to make the motion. I'm going to authorize spending from surplus to create Latino Law Student Association. On this number OS 052I in the amount of $47,000 to HNBA conference.
Motion made by Mohammed, seconded here. Discussion, Dylan.
Hi, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate this presentation and for laying the numbers out. I just want to ask about our financial priorities, because in that I know it's not binding, but we say that no more than 1,000 should be allotted to each student participating in a conference or retreat, and this is 2,300-ish for the 18-person one. So I just want to ask how everyone feels about that.
Ackman, was your thing in response to that? Oh, okay, Ackman and
yeah, it's about twice the amount that we allocated, and I believe we've already like gone quite a bit higher than that, if I recall, but I would have to pull up the thing, like the notes, the advertisement folks who went to New York, that was a lot higher than that. And so I personally, I have no problem with this, it seems like a great use of funds and networking abilities and lawyers, so.
I was just asking us.
I was thinking.
Can I also add, so a lot of these things were, we included the maximum rates, but the conference fee, for example, if we register earlier, then it's $25 less per student. So there are several things where hopefully it'll be a little less, because again, trying to plan ahead.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to clarify, for the registration line, the gala line, and the moot court line, are those all fees like required by,
So the moot court competition is something that we included because people are interested in doing. So you'll see it's $312 per person, then I put $1,250 total, because it would be a team of 4 people. But that's again because people just express interest, and then if they decide that they don't want to do it, then we wouldn't end up doing the moot court competition. The gala is a separate fee from the registration, because that's the HMBA's practice now, is they don't include the closing festivities and meetings in the normal conference fee. So if we weren't able to get that, then we would leave early, like before the last 3 hours or so of the event itself, but we're hoping to be able to stay for a bit.
Thank you, I yield.
Ramirez Fernandez.
Sorry. Hi, thanks for being here. I wanted to ask if, is there like a minimum amount of people that you can bring to this event? If so, like what's that number, do you know?
As far as I understand, there isn't a minimum number of people, and we're just hoping to take everyone who has expressed interest. And then if it were the case where we couldn't take everyone, then we would base it off of who participates the most. But I've heard that sometimes some associations do take their board or select number of people, and we really just want to make it accessible to everybody.
Great, thank you, I yield.
Anybody else? Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Hi, I just feel a little hesitant to send 7 people who have already gone to the conference again. I understand it was four 3Ls and 3 2Ls. Roughly, well, yeah. I understand that the 2Ls had their project that they were working on, so they had a little bit of a disruption in their experience. But it's like $16,000 to send those 7 people. And I feel like that's a really big chunk of change for people who have already had that experience. And I think to spend over double what we made our soft allocation as is a little irresponsible for people who have already gone, I would say. I'm fully in support of spending the 2,000 something for the people who haven't gone to this conference, but I don't think I would feel great about funding this for every single person.
So I guess like in returning, it's different, like you have different needs every time. So that's like one added benefit. Again, like a lot of us are searching for our like future job signing, and that's where you network and you need people to get on our LinkedIn and you want to sign up and decide on your future. A lot of people, this is the time where we're all trying to get our needs. And then another point, floating.
Well, I just agree with the CLEs are different every time. It's a different group of people every time as well. And I think this one, with it being the corporate council conference, I was looking, they don't have the exact CLEs listed, but they have the types, and they're more business law oriented and like civil litigation and stuff. So I don't know how that compares to last year, but still there's different people submitting to get these CLEs, these presentations.
Okay. Like our only like time to go nationally to go with other attorneys that look like us, that have a similar story. And I get, go lens, but it's honestly an experience that to me, I want to see, like I already know I want to cut over your degree, next year, with my firm, we work forever private. But it's the connection, I know it's feeling everything through the, I don't know, I feel like going for a second. It's never the
Can I just, I do think that if we went to an actual conference as well, and we had people, we had a mixture of 2Ls, 3Ls, for longest we had. I do think it's kind of helpful for continuity, because there's some people who may have gone before who showed people who had it on the ropes or introduced them to other people. So I feel like there's still some happening. The fact that there's CLEs, different spaces you can go to, and sometimes people don't even attend on certain areas. I think it's still helpful. That's just my opinion.
I'm not a lawyer, but I do want to say, like, after working at a firm, like all the attorneys that I worked with were always talking about like the fundamental importance of being able to do CLEs. I think it's a great opportunity for folks that are still in school to be able to participate in that. But I do hear what Senator Withers is saying. Vice President Hunger.
Hi, I kind of wanted to add on, or if I could receive clarification. But adding on to Withers' concern, so I know that a lot of the 2Ls who are returning, their last time they went to the conference was disrupted because of the exams or the writing. What was it writing?
It's a memo. So
Yeah.
the way that our classes work, they're usually graded based on one assignment, and for your writing class, it's based on one memo that you have to write.
Okay.
So the reason I didn't go was because of that memo. I just needed a lot more one-on-one time with my professor, so I did miss out, and there were a lot of us who chose to stay because we just needed that time to focus on our.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I know that was impacted for the people who had their memo and the returners, but I wonder if that's still a perpetuating issue because you still have first years who have the same memo and their experience is going to be impacted from the same conference. So kind of my question being, have you all considered maybe making this like a 2L and 3L program for those people so that you're taking into consideration the fact that the first years have this memo and it's going to be heavily impacted?
Yeah, so that's something that we've discussed at a few board meetings because it is an issue. And when I was in my first year of law school, I thought it was very brave of those people to go because I knew I couldn't do it. But then now as a second year law student, I don't feel it's right for me to force other people to make the decision that I made. So we really wanted to leave it open for people to decide. And there are some first year law students who signed up that are included in that 18. But one of our first year law student representatives asked if we could consider opening up opportunities to a few more law students once they got their schedules. So it may still be that we stick with the 18, or even some of the first years who signed up might decide that they don't want to do it, but we don't want to force them to make a decision based off of what we think they should be doing.
Okay, thank you.
Peterson Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify for Senate, the importance of specifically going to like a Latino law conference, because I went to a Native American specific museum conference, and there is no experience like being able to go to a conference in a career that you really want to be in, and like realize you can have a career and see adults who look like you and who you can connect with. Like doing the things that you want to do. And I think that it's like, I can't even describe how incredible it was. And so that's why, even though I was one of the people who helped draft the financial priorities, I feel comfortable approving this because I understand like all of the connections and experiences I got from 2 days of the conference like that. And then I just wanted to ask, only because I know from previous experience, do you know that there's openings at the hotel for the days of the conference?
There are currently openings as of now. They'll let us know when last year I believe they just posted on the website when they were full, but we're hoping to get on this soon.
Okay, awesome, thank you, I yield.
Lopez.
Yeah, adding on to what Weekend, like it's also this experience, some have done it already, but that just shows how good it was where they want to go back. And especially for girls, the job market it's hard to go. And yeah, I just want to add on to that, like this is a life changing event, like the connections you get and everything like that. Thank you.
Mohammed and then Ducharme.
Something I brought up when the council came here for the first Senate meeting last term was how important representation is in the law field. We are going to enter an administration where everybody's going to be screwed over, especially the peers in this country. So I think it's really, really important that they can make these connections and progress into their careers so that they can represent those most underrepresented. So I think it is not an irresponsible use of money for them to go to this conference, which would be monumental for their careers. I really, really urge all of you guys to vote for the surplus thing because, like I said, it's very straightforward. It might be a lot of money, but it's so worth it and it's everything we get.
Senator Ducharme and then Sir.
Hello. Hello. Check, check. Thank you. Yeah, I have no doubt about the the depth of importance that this has for you all, and I'm really appreciative for the work and how you come here. I do want to note that, like, with the co-op testimony we saw today, like, there are ways that we can spend this money that have the same breadth and depth, right? We had people come to us and say, hey, because of the money you send to the co-op, like, I can go to college, right? I'm able to get training to do my eventual job. And, like, that is something that applies for hundreds of students, right? Whereas, while this is, like, I have no doubt this is an incredibly positive experience for those who get to go, right? It's only for a select few. And so in general, especially as we spend down surplus, and this is going to be over 5% of our remaining surplus, I just want senators to think about that as we make this deliberation. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Brown.
All right. I just wanted to say we have approved some stuff that's of the similar cost per person in the past. That actually shakes out to be, yeah, like literally quite similar to the amount per person that this group would be going on for an equally beneficial week-long program. And so I just wanted to call the question.
All right. We will get to voting. Peters.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Mohammed.
Aye.
Bowe.
Aye.
Potter.
Aye.
Ackman.
Aye.
Pinheiro. Moreno. Fisher. Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Aye.
Nagaraja. Wu. Esbeck. Toledo.
Aye.
Stroud.
Aye.
Dillon.
Aye.
Lewin.
Aye.
Jenkins Discuss.
Aye.
Thumb.
Aye.
There. Oh, sorry. Ducharme.
Nay.
Carried.
Aye.
And I say aye. So I'll have a great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, I think, that concludes financial business? Right. I have. Sorry. Got a proposed Senate rule amendment. I will give some background about this really quickly, because I know y'all want to help. There is a reason for this. I spent over break, I had some surplus meetings with orgs, and a couple of them, funny enough, asked me what the process of surplus was in requesting it. I told them it goes to Senate, then it goes to the president, after the admin, and they go, well, you're the president. I said, well, no, there's a separate president, they're like a separate ASUO, and it's like, no, it's the same, and so, anyway, this is actually also more in line with our Big Ten partners. Our Big Ten partners don't have Senate presidents, they have speakers, and I think it's important to sort of differentiate between the branches and what's going on. And also, I think Senate President sort of is a little reductionist. It sounds like it's only Senate when it is also all three of the finance committees. So this is my proposal. I'll take questions. There's no motion to adopt it.
Want to be deputy?
Yeah.
On the,
Yeah, you can just say that the proposed rule amendment.
I move to adopt the Senate rule amendment.
Second. Motion made by Ackman, seconded Asbeck.
Question,
Discussion, Ramirez.
Does that mean that your name changes to speaker?
It would change to speaker at some point, yeah.
at some, right now.
Right, well, I mean, we haven't voted yet. We'll see. Is there any other discussion?
What's your name?
Your It's all in red. It's all, guys, it took me an hour and a half to go through the whole thing, so please read it. Okay, I call the question, Peters. Lopez.
Nay.
Mohammed, wait, what were you?
Yes.
Aye.
Nay.
Lopez, Mohammed?
Wait, hold on, what is that?
Nay.
You're crazy. Nay.
So, Potter, Ackman, Pinero, Moreno, Fisher. We vote. Ramirez Pinero.
Sorry, deputy.
Not right. Women. That's right. Franklin. Earl. Dylan. Whitman. Jake Christo. Gary. I as well. The motion is agreed to.
Yes, you do.
I will say it was an honor to serve as your Senate president.
How did you vote?
Okay, so what do we have next? Oh, and then we have, okay, we have a ballot measure, the last thing before we go into committee reports. I'm pleased to. I'm pleased to announce that ballot measure that I co-authored with Robbie and David was approved by Concord this evening. And I can answer any questions about this. I hope you all got a chance to read it. But essentially the main things that it's trying to solve is runoffs. I don't remember if you guys remember how fun runoffs were last term or last year. But with implementing ranked choice voting now, which works with the Engage platform, it's very easy. We can eliminate runoffs entirely. Here you go. What else is there? Standardizing the election timeline, so every year you'll know what day the election is, what day filing is. It won't ever change. I think it says, could you scroll down?
Sorry, I'm.
Right.
You gotta mute myself.
So it standardizes the election timeline. It standardizes the time in which the president appoints the elections board chair to make sure that we have enough time to, do special elections. Other sorts, you can keep scrolling. Ranked choice voting, we talked about that. Yeah, keep going to the next section. Oh, okay, that's it. They don't have any questions. Miranda, Ramirez, Pineda, and Lumen.
Curious, for the author, co-author, and chair, is he?
David's not here either.
When you guys were going over ranked choice voting, did you guys talk about how it might impact voter turnout and how that process is?
We did, we're hoping to be able to provide like voter education stuff at the stuff that are at the sort of town hall-esque things that elections board is planning to do. But we're also hoping to make it really simple to understand the elections like page ahead of voting, but.
I also just want to say that a big reason for ranked choice voting with regard to voter turnout is that runoff elections tend to get like a tenth of the turnout of the original. Like I'm just gonna use Rachel as an example, because I remember that in the runoff election, she got 60 votes or something like that. And it's a matter of like thousands of constituents that did not fit out to vote for that one election. So like
so damn 3 p.m. voters.
Exactly.
Of course.
No, the environmental design. Those, like, that is not how like a, you know, ideal election works, where we have, you know, the candidate determined by the voters that know about the election. So hopefully just one election, everything gets done. And Engage already has a system for doing ranked choice voting, we just don't use it because our governance stocks in the elections, so we do that.
Robbie, while you're here, can you put the plaques back in the bag? Well, I still remember.
Who, I said somebody before Lumen, who was that? Sorry. You? Yeah, it was you, okay, sorry, go ahead.
To make the motion, I would just say I move to adopt ballot measure ASUO elections package.
Yeah.
I move to adopt a ballot measure ASUO elections reform package.
Motion made by Ramesh, I seconded Dylan, the discussion by. No.
I have a question, is this for the upcoming election, or would that be like?
It gets implemented, so the reason I call it special elections, because it would get passed, hopefully, this election, and then it would be implemented for the spring election. Yeah. Who was that? Somebody over? I'm sorry, hold on.
Oh, Robbie made my motion.
Oh, okay, great. Andrew?
Pinheiro, Andrew.
Oh. Pinheiro, go for it.
I just want to know if you thought of anything else besides ranked choice voting, because I personally don't really like ranked choice voting. Because to me, like, if no one reaches that specific threshold, their vote kind of counts twice, which I don't think is very democratic either. So just want to get your answer on that, because that's not making a vote on this.
In the early stages, we did we considered everything from ranked choice voting to triangle votes, star voting. And like, we just thought, like, between us that just made the most sense. There's no like animosity towards any other like forms of voting. Yeah.
Okay, I do.
Okay, great. Andrew.
I loved this proposed rule change. My like one regret is that I didn't help you guys with this because it does a lot of what I wish to see in elections. I think ranked choice voting is great and is a great way to make sure everyone's voices are heard. It's a great way to have multiple parties instead of just having a two-party system. You can have multiple slates and that'll be okay. I have one technocratic possible change that I kind of wanted Kiki's opinion on. So you require that the ASUO president-elect appoints an election chair pretty quickly into their term, or into their kind of pseudo term as president-elect. And I know that there's a lot of ramping up for the executive branch. So I was curious about her opinion and if we maybe wanted to give a little more space for the president-elect to make that decision.
Thank you, Andrew. Good. Endorse the ERP. Just kidding. So Kiki actually just stepped out of the room before you started talking. I don't know if you want to yield to Robbie. He's the only other person in the room from exec.
That's a great idea. I yield to Robbie.
Take it over, Robbie.
Okay. Senator Neutron, that's a good question. I definitely agree that appointing the elections chair at pace has not always worked out. And I'm hoping that constitutionally codifying this will make it so that the hiring and appointment and Senate confirmation of the election board chair can become a sort of like regular part of the presidential transition that people are like expecting and not, you know, surprised by when they're hiring for this position. Because when we hire for things like director positions and stuff like that, usually the president and vice president have a very, very like concrete like idea of what they're looking for out of those positions. An elections board chair, unfortunately, sometimes like president and vice president are not entirely sure what they're looking for. But with the timeline being standardized and with this then happening like on the same cycle every year, hopefully what can happen is that the president and vice president can also be like briefed on this in much more detail by their predecessors during their like many transition meetings on their outgoing term. But definitely talk more about that.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Just say you're gonna have to get up to speed, boss.
Sharm asked about is the timeline, the standardized election timeline portion of the election reform package. Appointing or having the president, vice president appoint the elections board chair like pretty early into their term, like in the spring. Is that too early considering that they haven't had that much time to get up to speed?
Thank you for that question, Sure. Let me look, when did we appoint David? I'm trying to recall. Okay, so this reform package is.
June.
We appointed in June?
Yeah, because we confirmed him before we went out to break, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And this package is asking that the president, vice president appoint them spring term.
Yeah.
Would you mind scrolling down to that part? I don't remember.
Sorry, I cannot see.
It would have to be at least the middle of May. They have to have at least 1 week of overlap with the previous elections.
Oh, right, okay, hold on, right there, president-elect shall, there it is.
President-elect shall appoint the ASUO election board chair following their election. Appointment shall include an overlap in January.
Yeah, I'll also say that a big part of why the elections commissioner, it's beneficial for them to be appointed sooner rather than later, is based off of David's feedback. Like as the current elections board chair, like we asked him, and as an elections commissioner last year, David, what could be more helpful in, for the elections board, like what can ASUO do for the elections board to make it function and make elections just a smoother process, because none of us, including David, especially David, were like happy with the way last year's elections went under previous leadership, and so that was one of the things that he recommended was that we appoint the elections board chair sooner, even than we did. And this year we had to request obviously a stipend exemption for 2 months because the elections board chair is only stipended for, I believe, 7 months. And so we had to request an exemption to get to the 9. And so accompanying this ballot measure, like should it pass, would be a change to the second level, so that could become a thing we don't have to ask for sort of support.
To be perfectly frank, I might say that month of May is a little close for comfort following transition, because I'm just looking back into the transition period for me and Mariam, and we were completely inundated with countless things to do, all in a really, really, really short span of time. Appointing Concord, creating an exec cabinet, creating all these priorities. So I can't confidently say that this isn't too early. But yeah, thank you.
Anything else?
I am mulling. I move to strike the currently highlighted portion by VP Ekpakwu in the elections reform package.
I have a question.
Point of clarification.
I think we may be thinking, since Concord already had to approve this language and elections board did as well, would an amendment to the ballot measure on the floor mean that has to go through both of those steps again?
Well, kind of. I will say, when elections board made this election schedule, they did not put in the time for amending a ballot measure. So should this not pass, it does. There's nothing on the timeline that says that there's time for amendment. So yes, to answer your question, yes, that it would have to go back to Concord. However, there's no mechanism to go back on the floor. Andrew, do you mind if we go through speakers and then revisit this really quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay, I was wondering about, so someone could explain the part about the
Can you use your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
I was wondering if someone could explain the part about the IP. It's in these rules, the election board shall allow ASU recognized student organizations to extend offers to candidates or campaign to campaign at events where IP
Yes.
funds have not been spent for the event. Just not totally sure what that is.
There's a ton of restrictions on what the ID can and can't be used for, one of which is campaigning, whether that be somebody running for president of the United States or an ASUO election. And so we decided that it makes sense that it wouldn't really be campaigning, more voter education if you were to invite all the campaigns to speak at your club org event. But if you were to just invite one candidate from the whole thing, that would be kind of campaigning. And so like if my org is renting a room, EMU with the IP, you have to invite everybody to be able to have that.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
I don't know, I don't remember the process, but I remember there's another like similar situation to this where we didn't have to go through Concord. Also, I'm wondering if we strike it, that highlighted section, like, do we have to tell Concord that we're
taking away?
Yeah, like they have to approve language, but do they have to approve the removal of language that never existed?
I have no idea. That's a good question. I mean, I guess if all the words are already there, you just take some away.
But isn't that still an amendment?
And
But it is still amending it.
Following that, I'm gonna hope that's the case, so I call it question.
Here we go. Who made the motion? Awesome. Okay. Peters.
Aye.
Lopez. Aye. Mohammed.
Wait, but will we strike it?
Hold on.
Wait.
Potter.
What is the,
actually.
was the motion to adopt the whole thing?
The motion was, no, the motion on the table was to adopt the package, the election reform package.
But what about striking?
Say adopt everything.
Hold on, I'm sorry, the vote, that is already on the floor.
To vote on.
We've already started voting, we gotta finish voting. Who was I on, Potter?
Yeah, sorry.
Ashley.
If we say nay,
Yeah, okay, let's just get through it. Actually, how many of you are gonna be nay?
I want to continue discussion.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, yes, okay, that was the discussion on that motion. Okay, we can continue discussion, because we'll just. It's everyone said that. Everyone said nay to that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Who was next? Okay, Bo, are you done?
Can we strike it and then redo the motion or?
You know what, let's.
Like, is anyone wanting that on
No.
to keep that?
What are we striking?
Okay, can we just like remove it?
We're talking about Andrew's part?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Would you like to, or
Can we just say end of spring now?
would Senate like to strike that as like requirement completely and not, or would Senate like to add it at just later date? Because like what I kind of don't want to have happen is like, if that is genuinely too early, that's okay. But like, just some accountability mechanism to make sure that the chair of the elections board is not getting appointed like way too late for, say, a winter certain special election to take place effectively. Because that's what happened like last year, and like Gregory was not able to effectively like advertise and complete the winter term special election, which led to like a lot of pushback on the ASUO for not being transparent with that.
What's your proposal? Well, now here's my question. Can I call David before we do this? Okay, give me 2 minutes, hold on. 2-minute recess, but please don't go far. David, I don't think I can say. I think he's sleeping.
Where she did like doing the summer.
Summer sun, yeah.
Yeah, and then there were like some minor details that everyone.
Don't start without me. I'm in the back.
I wouldn't dream of it.
The retroactive thing. I don't either.
Yeah, so.
Hey, David, I'm so sorry for calling you this late. We're having a massive issue in Senate. They want to.
We should like.
That says the ASUO president shall appoint. But I don't know, we need to remove something off the capital development measure without having. we repeat that line. Can it still on the top? We're not adding anything, it's just giving rid of it.
So after dinner, anybody have any thoughts?
Yeah.
Never smooth sailing around these cars.
Okay, I understand. I will let you know.
Yeah, I think communication, like, right, June instead of May, today.
And like, if we can change anything on here. Great.
We can't just do it and be like, sorry.
No.
Directors were like sworn in.
Oh, yes.
No, they can go. Can you tell them all?
I don't want to be.
Hey, tell Jared. Hey, what's your ass? What's happening? Here's my first. Like,
This is the. Actually, like. I was helping.
Right,
we have the transition area, yeah, so I feel better.
I was just saying, just keep it in there. If they don't follow it, fire.
Kind of agree.
Yes, okay.
I mean, I was high, I was.
All right, everybody, take your seats. I've kept you here long enough, and I don't want to keep you here any longer. Nor do I want to be here any longer. I do love you. That's true. Oh, wait. I did promise here I wouldn't start with that. So, but please take your seat. We can.
Deputy Reed.
Choose something cooler.
Cowgirls.
And it counts.
Hey, deputy.
Oh, wait.
Hey, this should be a star.
This was quick. Did you see how? That wasn't even quick.
I got it. Wait.
At our high school. I suggest that our clerk.
Yes.
I have a potential suggestion. At my high school, we had had an overnighter at our high school.
No. Madam ASB president. I don't, I'm striking that idea entirely.
I did an overnighter in the union.
All in favor? Opposed?
Me.
The nays have it. Oh, okay, we're back. Kiki has new insight from, yeah.
Okay, so I kind of had a brain fart moment because I was thinking the language here. Sorry, I heard a ding. I was thinking the language here was saying that we have to hire them after we're inaugurated, which is on May 25th, meaning we have 6 days to hire the chair. Which I was not okay with, but I realize now like the transition period is about one month. So that is enough time and doable. So let's please just vote on this.
Senator Ramirez Pinilla, the College of Arts and Sciences.
So then, I move to adopt ballot measure ASU elections reform package.
Dylan had it.
Motion made by Ramirez Pinilla, seconded Dylan. Is there any discussion?
No.
What was that? Sorry, Peters.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Mohammed. Bo.
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Ackman.
Aye.
Pinero.
Nay.
Moreno. Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pinella.
Aye.
Nagarajan. Wu.
Yes, back.
Thanks. Scroll.
Aye.
Dillon.
Aye.
Lou.
Aye.
Jane consistent.
Aye.
Mouse.
Aye.
Ducharme.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
I say aye as well. The motion is adopted. Hey, Robbie, we have till midnight tonight to file that officially, or else that was for nothing, so can you get on there? Okay, great, executive branch reports, VP Pocket.
Home stretch, y'all, alright. This was a bad day to make mine long. Okay, what are you saying? Our executive cabinet is now completely full. Yes, Daniel Maddox, our new Secretary of Workers' Rights, and Beno Herrera, our new Secretary of Transportation and Accessibility. The Diversity Action Committee amendments have been approved by Concord, so please be ready to vote on them next week, Wednesday. Our Secretary of Health reached out to NARCare for our Narcan procurement initiative. So everything's well underway. And yeah, so if you have any questions or you want to get involved, just tease me and I'll connect you. The SNAP Map initiative is also going well. They met this week. Yeah, if you want to join it, tease me and I can give you more details, but just an update on that. This is going to be a really busy term for state lobbying. We have quite a few events and we're partnering with Partners for Hunger Free Oregon. So February 13th and February 17th, we will have 2 different lobbying events in Salem. So put it on your calendar if you'd be interested. And also University Lobby Day in Salem on April 24th and other public university student governments in Oregon. So that's going to be really cool. Our newsletter has been completed and it's going to be submitted. It's going to be submitted tomorrow morning to UO Comms for approval. So check your emails next week. Because that's going to be sent to the entire school. ASUO Winterfest will be taking place on March 8th. There will be Mexican food and boba, I was told to tell everyone. And it was a huge success last year. It was super fun. It's going to be taking place at Map Court. So yes, put that on your schedules and start telling your friends about it. And the executive internship program has been posted on Handshake. So if you know anyone who could be interested in this, it's a really great opportunity to apply. Yes, and it's going to be taking place from the 5th week of winter term to the 5th week of spring term. And that's all.
Awesome, thank you.
Daphne wanted me to mention, she left, but Daphne wanted me to mention like casino night.
No, that's coming. Oh, I haven't, oh, actually, go ahead.
It's next Wednesday, right before Senate, pull up.
Ringing endorsement, okay,
So legends no longer full. We had one of our members.
Keep going here, keep going.
PFC had agreements filed against one of our members last night. Our PFC at large seat 1, Diego Duarte, resigned after that grievance was filed with me and Concord, and so those grievances are both null and no hearing will be had for Mr. Duarte. PFC, better news, has heard over 80 orgs and approved over 80 budgets. Again, if you want to come hang out with PFC, we only have 4 hearings left, and then probably don't talk to us for a week after that because we're exhausted. We have spent about 1.38 million currently out of our 2.13 benchmark, 2.31, 2 point something number, large number benchmark. And just so everybody is on the same page, we had PSC, Portland Student Council and MESHA scheduled for this week, but they were not heard because they were both no-shows. And so PFC is currently planning on reaching out to them. I'm going to reach out to them tomorrow, I promise.
Jordan, what's CFC been up to?
Osberg has been approved, their budget has been approved, so, oh yeah, shout out Osberg. Uber and the Uber rideshare and Cascadia, aka called Peace Health Bikes on Tuesday at 6 on Zoom and possibly another location, TBD. Those are gonna be the hearings for those two contracts, and then the co-op hearing will be at 6 on Thursday, 1/16. And that will be that for the, that'll be that for the budget approving thing, yep. In terms of tonight, thank you all for listening, and yeah, I'm glad they were able to come and share their opinion. Thank you.
And Kyle, will you give us the historic investments that the USC has been making into the US student life?
Thank you all. I don't know exactly how much y'all been filled in on the forensics / mock trial situation. I won't dive too deep into it. If you're curious, come find me during business hours. But essentially, we're exploring options to separate mock trial from debate, which makes up forensics. Because of various issues and struggles that they've been having. We are exploring transferring to PFC, we are exploring transferring to the law school. We're looking at a bunch of options, trying to take care of those future lawyers that are not getting the attention they deserve. We have a meeting on Friday at 12:30 with mock trial student leadership and Renee, who's like the CHC assistant dean, associate dean, something. She's gonna run through financials out. Might be a fun meeting, might be boring, we'll see. In other news, duck rides is kind of still up in the air. Myself and some other financial people feel that the night rides program is not the best investment of student funds. Again, if you want to learn more, please come talk to me. I know that's a controversial one, but I promise I can change my mind. Yeah, so we are exploring having duck rides really ramp up their services, extend them to later hours, beef up their systems, which is basically a free Uber, guys, not $7 off, if anyone's, counting numbers over there. Okay, those are like kind of the two big ones, with that. And yeah, please come talk to me if you have any questions.
University Senate exec met today, however, it was not present, so, yeah. Academic chair.
Yeah, I'll keep it short, this might still. Academic committee now meets on Monday at 6 till 7, come hang out if you want, we got a consistent meeting room, I just found out, for the whole term, so we don't have to move around. Lightning room.
Lightning?
Lightning room.
Hey, beggars can't be.
Great, wow. Gonna be working on really. We can talk about it more at another meeting. Our newsletter should be coming out Monday. It's not in the format that we wanted, but we're gonna be working with X to like the super cute one that we made, have that be an Instagram post because UOCom one formatted in their own more boring way. That's fine. It's still the same content. Share it with your friends. It will go out to everyone. We're working on planning the academic fair. We will be working on planning the academic fair, student outreach, Portland project, and then over winter break, academic senators worked on proposals that we got through half of, the other half next week on other priorities for the term. That wasn't really short, so I apologize. Yay, question.
Okay, everyone, please make sure you're getting your budget hearings done because there's like barely any left. And you will be grievance if you do not attend 3 nights of DFC hearings, 2 DFC hearings, and 1 CFP hearing. Like I said, you will be grievance. So just like really check your calendar, make a little sheet. Also, if you did not attend all of your org hearings last term, that is okay. But this term, you're going to have to make them up. So meaning, if you attended a big 0 last term, that's okay. But you're gonna have to attend 6 this term. So come find me if you need, because I'll totally make you a cute little calendar and like we can work this through. Like I'm always here. Yeah. And also
budget bonanza, please come, because that's really important. Okay, great, thanks.
You ain't that budget bonanza, treasurer. Oh, wait, Kyle, what's up?
The meeting on Friday at 12:30 will be considered DOTA.
So, Miranda.
Our accountant is out sick, so if you have any stipend issues, you need to let me know so I can take note of it.
Former VP here.
Salt in the wind.
So unfortunately, guys, today I was a deputy speaker of the Senate. That was a really big L, so yeah. Other than that. Anyway. So I guess my only update is that ASUO will be tabling at law school on the 15th, I believe. I'm not going to be there, but Robbie and Dr. will both be there. That's it.
Okay, great. I just want to quickly introduce, you guys don't have to come up to the mic or anything, but these are new legislative interns. We're really excited to have them and they're eager to get to work, so please introduce yourself, talk about what you're working on. I think you can see childcare is supposed to be worked on tonight. Budget Bonanza, again, please make sure you mark your calendar, kicking off at 8 a.m. So be ready, breakfast is for lunch.
And lunch?
And lunch if we go that long, but please don't let us go that long. Yeah.
Like, either at 8 a.m. or start at 8 a.m.
This gavel is gonna hit at 8 a.m. Yeah. Actually, probably 8. Yeah. That's coming out, it's gonna be incredible. But just as we talked about since like May, I will send it to you.
Yes, thank you.
On February 7th, also please mark your calendar, there's a half day, you don't, it's not mandatory, there's a half day training that's being paid for, it's by the National Policy Census Center. It's about educational resources, training and de-escalation of conflict management, it will certificate if you finish it. Yeah. And, oh, you want the rules committee, somebody?
Yes,
Okay.
these two.
And then casino night is starting next week at 7:30 instead of 7, because Rodent wants you all to participate in casino night. So please, hey, fingers in the chat. Please show up here no later than 7:30. Other than that, is there any objection to the approval of the minutes from December 4th? Without objection, so ordered. Is there any objection to adjourn? So
Yes.
ordered, we are.
Can we start amending the minutes to reflect the times that we actually do things at? Because I feel like we should, it says we adjourn at 9:36, we're not really doing that.
If somebody would like to extend the agenda.
I move to extend the agenda. Second.
By
what? By an hour and 45 minutes.
Second by all in favor. Those know they're great. Is there any objection to adjourning? And without objection, it's so ordered. Oh, hey, Priscilla, could you stay just for a second and you? Oh, in the room. Yeah. Priscilla, you just, it'll be less than 2 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, can you fill them in on the plan?
Yes.
Committee's meeting right now because you already saw the rules. And I don't